all over social media. There's a lot of rumors. There's tons of rumors. The only thing I would say about the rumors is they are just that. They are just rumors. I do think there's a lot of fake news that's being mixed in with, like, real rumors. There's just a lot of stuff being reported by a lot of people. And again, if it's not coming from like a Dave Meltzer or a Sean Ross Sapp, then I really would just take it with a pinch of salt. But a lot of rumors doing the rounds at the moment. Pretty much every name under the sun is being linked with the Royal Rumble. It kind of feels like, to me, that the Royal Rumble has kind of been chugging along, and we've had all these names, and it's kind of been, this person, that person. It's just been like this little ball of fire that's just been spitting out little names, and now all of a sudden it's just starting to explode and break apart, and now every name is coming out. Like, the amount of people that are telling me, have you seen this? Have you seen that? It's just exploded now. Whereas before, we were just getting, like, the odd name thrown out. I'm pretty much... I outside of, say, the Macho Man, I think I've seen every name linked to this Royal Rumble. So unless they're going to increase it to, like, 1 million spots, there's some fake news that's definitely doing the rounds. But it is exciting. Don't get me wrong. It is very exciting. I don't know who we're going to end up with. I don't know quite what the 30 is going to look like. We've obviously got a great idea because they've already announced the majority. We're only talking about, like, 8 positions in the men's or something. There's not, like, loads of free spots. But, so we've got a good idea as to what it's going to look like. But, yeah, guaranteed surprises. Guaranteed surprises for the Royal Rumble. And, as we said, every name under the sun is being linked to it. So, looking forward to it. We've just got a couple of bits. There's not loads of stuff to go through. Other than sitting here and just talking about every name that's linked to the Royal Rumble, there's not loads and loads. I did see an article where Dominic has said that if the Forbidden Door was open, he'd like to fight Hook, which I thought was really interesting. Because that sounds awful. Like, Dominic against anyone kind of sounds a little bit awful. But we can get to why in a second. When I just thank Jason Peace for his support. Really appreciate it, buds. Been a member for 17 months. Amazing. Shout out to you, Jason. But yeah, in regards to Dominic, I do feel a little bit sorry for him. He sent, he was doing an interview, sent a little message out on a podcast saying that he would love to face Hook, and that would be a match that would kind of excite him. And I thought to myself, like, man, I really feel like someone needs to sit him down and just say to him, you're not quite doing it. Like, you might have the moves, but you're not connecting with the audience. Like, there's a few reasons for it, and some of it is the booking, and some of it is his dad, but you're not quite getting across. Now, I don't know if that's going to bother him at this stage, or if at this stage it's just getting him used to being on TV, because that is a massive step. You know, if you've gone from being a kid in his bedroom to now a kid that's being shown all over the world, like, that is a massive change. So it might be that for the first 12 months, 16 months, they're just getting him used to being on TV. Ray's there to hold his hand, and then boom, we're going to start doing something interesting with him. So it might be timing. It might be timing. But I hope he kind of realistically knows where he is right now. Because to me, I saw that, and my reaction was, not a chance. Not a chance. Like, the excitement that's around Hook compared to the excitement that's around Dominic is completely different. It's not really Dominic's fault, although I do think he could do a lot more with his physique. And I do think that's something that he could improve, should improve, because you can't help how tall you are, but you can certainly help how muscular you are. And if you're going to be on TV a lot, I think you could spend time in the gym, and just doesn't look like he does, in all fairness, compared to everyone else on the roster. But I felt a bit sorry for him because, you know, I should imagine there's a lot of people like his dad saying, you're doing great, that's brilliant. You know, Vince is going to want to keep them sweet. He's going to want to keep Ray on side. He's going to want to keep, you know, Dominic happy. Because if he falls out with them, they'll just go to AEW. So, like, I'm just worried that, like, Bruce, Vince, Ray, they're all telling Dominic that, yeah, you're perfect, that's brilliant, you're doing a great job. I hope he's getting some, like, real reaction. I hope someone is saying to him, like, you're not connecting with the audience. Your storytelling is not quite right. The way that you're actually coming across to the audience is a bit stale. It's a bit flat. You might have the odd occasional impressive move, but it's nothing more than what we see down in NXT right now anyway. Like, it's just all a bit flat. And my concern would be that he's being lied to. He doesn't realise, and he's just going to keep doing what he's doing. So, not all his fault, though. This isn't a let's have a pop at Dominic. Not all his fault. You know, the way he's being booked is not helping either. But I did see that, and I was like, oh, God, nah, no way. No way. I've got no interest in that match whatsoever. I've got no interest in any Dominic match at this stage. But as we said, it could be a timing thing. The other thing was that there's a Randy Orton interview with Ariel Helwani that looks very interesting. Very interesting. You don't see too many Randy Orton sit-down interviews. And they actually spend the first few minutes talking about why he doesn't do them. And he was really honest. He said, like, I just don't feel comfortable. He's like, I know people think I'm probably just moody and can't be bothered. But the truth is, I just don't feel comfortable doing sit-down interviews. Like, this is harder for me than wrestling in front of a load of people. Like, I tend to just ramble and I don't really know what to say. And if you want to see a very honest, very different Randy Orton, check that out. It's very interesting. He talks a bit about his dad, and I didn't get a chance to watch it all. I've watched about half of it, but, they talk about his career. They talk about his dad. They talked about how he got into the industry. They talk about why he doesn't do interviews. And as I said, I found myself really seeing a bit of a different side to him. He came across like a massive babyface in this, and it was really good. So definitely check that out. Sonya Deville versus Naomi should be the main event, as it should have been Mandy Rose versus Naomi a few years ago, which never happened. Well, tonight, let's just quickly go through what we've got. We've got Seth Rollins has got a message for Roman Reigns, so we've got that tonight. We've got Big E and Kofi Kingston taking on Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss, and we've got Naomi against Sonya Deville. So that's what we've got, and I am actually looking forward to tonight's show. I know that it's a go-home. It's the go-home. So I know that there won't be anything new. I know that there won't be anything exciting or anything really that different. It's just going to be make sure you tune in tomorrow kind of a show. I'm not really expecting any major surprises, although it would be nice if they did. It'd be great if, like, Ronda came out tonight and it was like, oh my God, Ronda's here. What does that mean for tomorrow? Tune in to the Royal Rumble. Like, that would be awesome. Why not do that? Like, you could bring her out that way. I understand everyone's going to go, no, I want a surprise at the Royal Rumble. I totally get that. That you're going to have loads, right? You're going to have loads. It doesn't have to be Ronda. You could bring someone out tonight, but it would need to be someone that... Mickie James. Mickie James would have been perfect. Imagine if you had Ronda saved for tomorrow, and all of a sudden tonight the Impact Women's Champion walked out with the belt, and she's got the Impact Women's Championship there. And she just gives a little, like that to Charlotte, I'll see you tomorrow kind of, oh my God, Mickie James is here. What does that mean for the Rumble? Like, that would have been amazing. But we don't get any of that. We won't get any of that. It's just going to be, tune in tomorrow. There's a Rumble happening. These are the matches. We've told you all about it. Tune in tomorrow. But saying that, I am still really excited. Because I am excited for Naomi Sonya. I think that story needs to be moved along. And really, it needs to be moved along. It's been very long, very slow, which, I don't mind, but it has dragged its heels. So hopefully we get something there. Rollins and Roman, it's always interesting seeing them face-to-face. So I'm interested to see what can happen there as well. And I don't really care about Big E and Kofi against Corbin and Madcap. To be honest, that can not really fuss by that. But I'm sure there'll be other stuff on the show that will suffice. But definitely Rollins, Roman, and Naomi Sonya gives me hope that we should get something from tonight's show. It's a huge shame everything gets spoiled. It really does take away from that surprise factor, and the Royal Rumble needs to hide surprises so that we get shocked. Brock said Ronda's makeup person is booked for Saturday and Monday. Betting odds have drastically changed. Ronda is now 6-5, so pretty much decided. Chronic Effect said, why was the baby Strawberry crying? Because her mom and dad were in a jam. 87 Steven said, Undertaker's in the crowds. Hasib said there's only 5 names remaining for the men's. If you had to predict the 5, who would you say? If there was five names to predict, then I would go with. Man, I've seen quite a few little rumors. I think Brock is going to be one of the 5. I think I've heard about Kurt Angle being heavily rumored. I've still got a little feeling about Rob Van Dam. I mean, Rob Van Dam was the person that I thought could be, he's free. They're making figures of him. He's clearly under some kind of deal. I don't believe he's working with anyone else. He's got that kind of legend feel. He's not been around for a while. I'm going to say Rob Van Dam. I'm going to go with RVD. So I'm going to say Brock, Rob Van Dam. I think Corey Graves. I'm going to go Corey Graves. I'm going to say... I'm actually going to change my mind on something. I've started to see more rumors about Shane McMahon. So I'm starting to lean more towards Shane. And then I don't know if it would be X-Pac or Byron Saxton. I think if Corey Graves is in, they might put Byron Saxton in. I think they'll go Byron. So I go Byron Saxton. So if I had to pick 5, I'll go with Brock Lesnar, Rob Van Dam, Corey Graves, Shane McMahon, and Byron Saxton. I know some of those names might be a bit surprising, what with Corey Graves and Byron. I just think that they might build towards a match at WrestleMania, or they might do something. I think the fact that Corey is now cleared, the fact that he took a bump, it reminds me a lot of Edge when he came back at the Royal Rumble. We said before, Edge was at SummerSlam in 2019, and he took a spear, delivered a spear to Elias, and that was the first time in about 6 years we'd seen Edge do anything physical in a ring. He'd done promos, but we'd never seen him do anything physical, and that was enough to make people go, oh my god, it's going to be Edge. Edge is going to be at the Rumble. And I remember that being the case, and we got to 2020 Royal Rumble, and boom, he was in the Royal Rumble. You might remember Corey Graves. Not only has he now been cleared, but he also won the 24/7 championship, and then Byron took it off him. So there's a little something there. Already Byron has cost Corey Graves the 24/7 title. I'm just wondering if they both get into the Rumble and Corey eliminates Byron, or Byron eliminates Corey. Corey could say he's had enough. They could build towards a match at Mania. It would be one of those kind of little throwaway match things. It'd be very Michael Cole, Jerry Lawler. But they might do that. I could see something like that. I think they've got as good a chance of doing that as they have of bringing out, X-Pac or whatever. Just because X-Pac's cleared doesn't mean that he'll be in the Rumble. So, but here's another name, definitely, that I've seen doing the rounds. But, I think Shane's not been around for a while. I didn't really fancy Shane being in it. Hadn't heard any rumours of Shane. Kind of felt like he was done and that was it. But starting to hear a bit more about Shane potentially being in the Rumble. Rob Van Dam, I must admit, I've not heard anything about Rob Van Dam. I don't mind that. I haven't heard anything about Rob Van Dam. He's my, he's the person I've thought for the longest could be in it. So I'm going to stand by my guns. I'm going to stick by it. And then Brock, I think we see Brock join the Rumble and win the Rumble. I'm going to, again, stick with my pick that Brock wins it. So Brock, Rob Van Dam, Corey Graves, Byron Saxton, Shane McMahon makes sense. But we'll see. It's exciting. Days, remember SmackDown before the Rumble last year? Daniel Bryan versus AJ turned into utter chaos, says Gerard. Do you see Sasha coming in at number 30, asks Marco. Number 30 is going to be a big number, isn't it, in the Women's Rumble? I don't see it being Sasha. I think that it might be Ronda. If Ronda's in it, she stands a great chance of winning it. I'm not going to say that she's 100% guaranteed to win it, but if she's in it, she stands a great chance of winning it. So I think that number 30 will go to Ronda. I think number 30 will go to Ronda. I think Sasha could be in the Rumble. And maybe Bayley, maybe Asuka as well. I've heard some weird names like Aksana and people like this, but I don't know. Again, I'm not spoiling anything because literally every name of every previous wrestler has been mentioned. It's just like as I said, it's kind of felt like you've gone through a week of Brock's going to be in the Rumble, or have you heard it's going to be X-Pac, or have you heard it's going to be Shane McMahon? I feel like we've gone through where it's this name and everyone talks about it, and now it's that name and everyone talks about it, and it's Ronda and everyone talks about it. Now today, it's like this name, that name, this name. It's like, as I said earlier, it's like every name is being chucked around now, so there's no spoilers. I don't know who's in it. I can't spoil it because I legit don't know. But, it's just basically get a tombola, pick out a name, and you've got as good a chance of getting it right as everyone else. I heard Paige and Ronda are going to be there, said Dawn Riley Watkins. Sieb said, are you surprised how since Stone Cold retirement he has made at least a one-off appearance in a Rumble? Not really. I think he had a pretty nasty injury. He famously had like back troubles. I understand that Edge has come back, Daniel Bryan has come back, and we've seen people come back after having nasty injuries. I just think that Stone Cold had accepted his injury. I feel like Stone Cold, he's done the Broken Skull sessions, he's got his own beer. He always strikes me as kind of being someone that quite enjoys his retirement. Maybe towards the years that followed, when he first walked away, maybe those years were quite difficult. But I think as the years went by and as he found his, I feel like he got his slippers on, to be honest. I feel like he found his groove. He got his, is it Broken Skull IPA? He did like a TV show as well, didn't he? Was it, I can't remember, the Broken Skull Ranch? He was part of Tough Enough. He's got his Broken Skull sessions. He's regarded as a legend. He's always wanted for, boosting ratings, doing promos, things like that. But I don't know that I've really sensed that he's desperate to get back in. We've never heard him really say that he wants to. I think he's mentioned that he feels like he's got one more in him. And that's about as far as it's gone, but he's never said, I'd love to get back in there and face Daniel Bryan, or I'd love to get back in there and face AJ Styles. He never really comes across that way, so no, I can't say I am too surprised that he's stayed away. I think there's others like Paige, who's, retired young, forced to retire young, that would love to get back in there, that I could definitely see coming back at some point if she can. If she can find a way of getting back, that she will. But with Stone Cold, I feel like he's got his slippers on now. Do you see Liv Morgan winning the Rumble? Liv Morgan's got a great chance of winning the Rumble. The only reason I would say no at this stage, like 24 hours before it, is because we've heard rumors of what WrestleMania was meant to be, and Liv wasn't in those plans. Now, plans change. But if Ronda's in it, I can't see plans changing in Liv's favour. I can't see Ronda coming back, or Sasha coming back, or Asuka coming back, or Bayley coming back, on top of the rumoured WrestleMania cards. I can't see that happening and it working out well for Liv. I think that Liv will get an opportunity, and she deserves a run with the belt eventually, but I just think maybe it's a bit soon now. This side of WrestleMania, I think it's a bit soon. She's going to be a player, I think, that's going to have to kind of come through as we get to Money in the Bank later in the year. And shout out to you. I hope you are well. Premise of the Rumble was surprises. I'm over all of the pre-announced people. I don't understand the fascination for knowing this many entrants. It's a good point. I totally understand. I think what WWE are trying to do, though, I mean, I'm not defending WWE because I do agree with Anna that there should be surprises. And just to give WWE a little credit, there are surprises. I mean, if Ronda is going to be in the Rumble, that's a massive surprise. Granted, it's been spoiled, but it's not been announced by WWE. If they've managed to get Ronda Rousey, big name, big star, and they've not announced it, well, that's your surprise. If Sasha's in the Rumble, that's your surprise. I think if you don't know, I mean, we know a lot of the people that are going to be in it because, to be perfectly honest, those are the people that sort of need to be in it. Unless you're going to go out and get like 30 legends, you're always going to have to use a Tamina. You're always going to have to use an Otis, so on, so on. You get my point. I don't know if they're actually in it, but you get my point. Those kind of people, you're going to have to use them because they're on the roster. They're people that, you know, the premise of the Royal Rumble is who is the next number one contender. That's basically the Royal Rumble. Who's going to be the number one contender to challenge at WrestleMania? So the idea is this is basically a match to find the next number one contenders. And so that's why, like, it's always going to involve a lot of the people that are on the roster. And, you know, it's the strength of the roster overall that decides how good the Royal Rumble is going to look. If the roster's a bit meh, like it sort of is right now, then the Rumble's going to be a bit meh. Because you're going to have to put in an Humberto Carrillo, you're going to have to put in an Angel Garza, you're going to have to put in a Dana Brooke or, you know, those kind of talents that are lower down in the pecking order. You might be able to get away with not putting in all of those, but it's still going to be made up with a bulk of those. So I suppose WWE's thinking is, well, do we keep all 30 positions a surprise? And then as people are counting down, you know, they're going to be disappointed when we bring out Dana Brooke and all this. And people will start asking, well, why have you given that position to Dana Brooke? Why have you given a position to Humberto Carrillo? Why have you given a position to Otis? But the idea is this match is for the roster to find out who the number one contender is. So it does make logical sense that those people would be in it. I think, like, what's happening is I think people now... The majority of people now don't want this match to be that anymore. I think what people want now is they want 30 surprises. They want a real mixture of potentially celebrity, potentially legends, potentially returning names. They want it to be this kind of real mixed bag, and they don't want the roster to really, well, only certain parts of the roster to take part, basically, which does make sense. But the Rumble has always historically had a Bushwhacker Luke in it. The Rumble has always had a Santino Marella. You know, the Rumble has always had that lower level talent. And I think what WWE are trying to do is they're trying to announce that lower level talent and then keep the surprises. They've got about 5 in each, trying to keep those as surprises. So if they are bringing someone back, they're not going to tell you about it. If it is Ronda, they're not going to tell you about it. I think announcing Mickie James, I could be wrong on this, but it might be an agreement they've got with Impact. You've got to think about how much buzz has been generated by Mickie James being in the Royal Rumble, and Impact might have requested it. Impact might have said, okay, you can have Mickie James, but we want you to announce it 3 weeks before, because that's going to be big news. Everyone's going to talk about Impact and WWE working together, and we want to capitalize on it. We want people to think there's a chance that WWE might come over to our shows. We want people to think there's a chance that Mickie James could go and win and go to WrestleMania. We want to book some segments on our show where Mickie James talks about how she's going to go and show that Impact is the place to be, and we want you to announce that in advance. So we don't know kind of what deals have been struck between like WWE and Impact, and so it might be a case that Impact said, you know, we want to make sure that we're announcing this 3 weeks before or whatever. But it still doesn't explain why Summer Rae was announced or the Bellas were announced or whatever. The only thing I could say is that It's just to create a bit of buzz, get people talking about the Rumble, let people know that there are legends that are coming back, but also still save some of the bigger surprises. You know, Ronda, Sasha, Bayley, Asuka, whoever it might be. There may be classed as bigger surprises than a Mickie James, who, to be honest, I don't think WWE are all that bothered about. I think WWE are pleased they've got Mickie James because she's a nice name, but I don't know that they class her as maybe top-tier surprise, not in the bracket of a Ronda, not in the bracket of a returning Bayley, but, you know, a nice legend, kind of same level as Lita. Good name, good legend. Seen her in a Rumble before. I'm sure she was in a Rumble, maybe the first Rumble. But so I think for WWE, that's why they've gone down this road. But as I said, I can totally understand the other mentality of keep all 30 spots a surprise and just don't use the roster. Like someone like Otis is never going to main event WrestleMania. He's never going to win a Rumble, so it's just a wasted spot. And I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I think, you know, when you count down and like an Otis would come down, you'd be like, oh, okay, it's Otis, guys. And it's like that, isn't it? And I think that is maybe a part of the Rumble where, like, if all 30 positions had people that you feel could win, or if they can't win, they're just good surprises. Like Johnny Knoxville ain't going to win. But he is someone that we haven't seen compete before. And I must say, of all the matches in WWE, I think if a celebrity is in the Rumble, that's the easiest match for me to accept a celebrity in. I mean, what do? They come down and they just try to chuck people over the top. I mean, there's not massive skill involved. It's literally get in there and just try to eliminate as many people as you can. And if you get eliminated first, then so be it. So I do feel that of all the match types, that's the one that I can cope with celebrities being in. And you know, maybe going forward, we get less Otises, less Dana Brooks, and more celebrities, more legends, more returns, and just keep in, I don't know, 5 to 10 of the top challengers. You know, your Kevin Owens, your Seth Rollins, your Bobby Lashley, your Finn Balor. Maybe you just have those 10 of them, 10 legends, 10 celebrities, or however you carve it up, I don't know. But maybe that would be a different approach to it, let's put it that way. Mitchell said, would you rather see some story that leads to Roman winning the Rumble, a new star like Austin Theory win, some fan service like Big E winning, or a return like, say, McIntyre winning? What would I rather see? So are you asking, do I want to see Roman win the Rumble, Austin Theory win the Rumble, Big E win the Rumble, or McIntyre win the Rumble? Are those my options? I don't want Roman, because if he's in the Rumble, that would surely mean that he lost to Seth, and I don't want to see that. So I definitely don't want Roman. I don't want Drew McIntyre. He doesn't do it for me. I think him walking around with the sword threatening to decapitate people is a bit cringe. So McIntyre, no. Big E or Austin Theory is what it would come down to for me. I don't mind Big E, but I think there still needs to be some changes to his character. But him main event in WrestleMania makes probably the most sense. Austin Theory, it feels a bit quick. Like, Austin Theory going to WrestleMania feels a bit soon. I don't know that I would pull that trigger now. Maybe in 12 months' time, I'd be happy to do it. But I sort of feel like Austin Theory at the moment is still learning from Vince. And I think he could have a mid-card title run first. I don't think we need to pull the trigger where Austin Theory goes right to the top. So Austin Theory is someone that's definitely on my radar. I'm a big fan of him. But I don't think I'd be making him win a Royal Rumble this early into his run. So I would go with Big E. Out of all of those options, I'd go Big E. But I would want Big E to change as a result. I'd want Big E to turn around and say he knows that he needs to be different. Power of positivity is you know, still his main thing, but he knows he needs to get more serious as well. He needs to maybe distance himself from the New Day a little bit, things like that, you know. I just kind of think that sometimes he can still come across as a little bit wacky, a little bit like New Day Big E, and he doesn't come across as like a champion to me sometimes, or not someone that's going to be the face of Raw. He feels to me like Big E from the New Day has won the title. Let's have a little run. So I definitely want to tweet Big E, but I think out of the options, he'd be the best one. Whew. Tell you what, there's a lot of excitement in there. What's Anna saying? Other matches on the card should be enough to sell seats. The Rumble should be pure surprises. Your current roster should be enough. Fair point. Very fair point. I mean, to be clear, I don't disagree with Anna on that point at all. I think that, what we were just talking about is why would WWE do that? Why would they announce these names? And, I must admit, I didn't like it. I didn't like knowing that Mickie James was in, or that Lita was in, or that the Bellas were in. I think it's right that, if you say, who are the 5-6 mystery people, find out on Saturday. And, you could even plant a few seeds, say a few things, get people talking, just have, like, someone mention someone's catchphrase. Someone could have mentioned the Glamazon or whatever it might be. Just a little Easter egg where people are like, did they just say the Glamazon? Does that mean the Beth's in the run? And you just get people then speculating, don't you? I mean, then what you get is the online community just doing what it's doing anyway, which is just losing its mind, predicting like everyone. As I said, I think I've seen every name mentioned. So, I don't disagree. I think they could make it even better. But it's still very good. I'm still very excited, as I said, so no complaints from me, but it could be better. Tree Trunker, I was thinking, what if during a Vince and Theory segment, Vince says Theory isn't the only one Vince taught these lessons to? Then Shane could come in and Theory versus Shane at Mania. I'd like that. That'd be all right. I don't mind that at all, actually. I think that Shane is someone that he can go out there and give a good match. The only problem with Shane is sometimes it feels like he needs to be in there with someone that can do a bit of the work. I don't know if Austin Theory's at that point. Shane, to me, feels like someone that can sometimes go a bit off track. He does his big coast-to-coast spot or jumps off a Hell in a Cell. He does that kind of big eye-catching moment. But the actual kind of match itself, sometimes you can get a little bit lost, and it's kind of like down to an AJ Styles to get him through it, or it's down to an Undertaker to get him through it, or, do you know what I mean? It's like kind of down to Kurt Angle to get him through it, or, that's kind of why he goes in with those kinds of people. So him and Austin Theory would be very interesting, because legit, that would actually be a very big test for Austin Theory. Not only would he have a solo match at WrestleMania, not only would it be with Vince's son, but also I think from a behind-the-scenes point of view, Austin Theory would be the one that'd have to be calling some of the action, and he'd be someone that would be in there having to really do kind of the lion's share of the work and putting that match together and everything, and that would actually do him, like, hold him in good stead. It could be a car crash. I don't think it would be, but it could be a car crash. It could really not work. The chemistry might not be right, and it could be a bit off, but I would definitely like to see it, and actually that match would have a lot of intrigue for me as a result, because I'd want to see, could Austin Theory carry not only his weight, but also carry Shane towards having a really good match? Because if he can, at the age that he's at, I mean, you've really got someone special then. And I think that would be something that would open Vince's eyes as well, even wider. Okay, not only does this guy look good, not only can he do a promo, not only is he young, and not only does he do the little things well, but also he can get in there with someone that's not a full-time wrestler and give me a match of this quality. And I like that. I think that's not a bad little match for Austin Theory at all. Trey Gaiman said, hi Days, WWE offered Jeff Hardy a spot and a return back. Shinsuke Nakamura is medically cleared to compete. There's more I need to tell you. That's cool. Days, the Saudi show is right around the corner, and there's still no rumor of Goldberg returning. Hope not. Days, Summer Rae leaked that Bayley's return on Renee Young's podcast. Hazza said, Days, I really hope AJ wins this year's Rumble, as it's the last thing for him to do in WWE, as I feel like once he's done, he'll go into the Hall of Fame, in my opinion, as he's just been insane. Thoughts? I don't know when AJ's going to retire, to be honest. I think he will go into the Hall of Fame. I know he's not had the longest run, but you don't really need the longest run. I mean, he's been in WWE for 6 years now, which is actually a bit longer than what you might think. But he has been in WWE for 6 years. And honestly, I mean, if you think that Hulkamania, WrestleMania started in 1985, you know, by the time Hogan left in 93. So Hogan, if you go from the first WrestleMania, Hulkamania I think started 84. So if you take Hulkamania as a whole and how amazing Hulkamania was in the 80s, I'm sure it ran from like 84 to 93. So that's 9 years. Well, AJ's done 6. And he's still around. He's still under contract. I don't know when his contract expires. This contract might not be up for another couple of years. So, you know, you don't have to do 20 years to like go into the Hall of Fame or to make a massive impact. You don't need to do anything like that length of time. So for me, AJ is someone that had Undertaker's last match. He's someone that has been a WWE champion. He's someone that's been, I believe, a tag champ and a mid-card champion as well. He's someone that obviously helped Amos and, well, tried. And I'm sure he has brought Amos along and done stuff with Amos. It's just that it doesn't really show itself at the moment. But he's always done what's been asked of him. He obviously went down to NXT recently to work with Grayson Waller. Yeah, I think he's Hall of Fame bound. I definitely think he's Hall of Fame bound. But I don't know when he'll go in. I mean, really, for me, it depends when his contract is going to expire. And then if he leaves and goes to AEW, then that would delay that as well. So, don't know. We'll have to see. Definitely not going to say he'll go straight into the Hall of Fame after his contract's done. Definitely not. But I do think he'll go in one day. WWE are trying to make Big E the face of WWE. Getting him away from the New Day now. He's back with Kofi. What are they doing with him? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what they're doing with him. I think I can only imagine they thought that he was massively over in the New Day and that they didn't need to change much. You know, he's done all of his work. He's got over with the New Day. Taking him solo now, tweaking a few things, should be absolutely fine. But I kind of feel like a few people feel the same way I do. And that is that Big E's amazing. We love Big E. Absolutely brilliant. But he definitely needed to evolve. He needed to go post-New Day. He needed to, kick on. And he never really did in my eyes. Nothing really massively changed for Big E. So, yeah, I kind of feel that... now they're just kind of putting him back with Kofi or whatever for a short time. I don't think they've got any plans for Big E to go back to the top of the card at the moment. So they'll just, do something with him and put him on the back burner. When they need him, they can grab him, bring him to the front again, do whatever they want to do, maybe tweak his character this time, and boom, we're off. I mean, you see it all the time. I mean, look at Finn Balor. Finn Balor was like main eventing with Roman, moved to Raw, and now boom on the back burner. They ain't got nothing for him right now. There's only so many people that can be champion or challenging to be champion. And if your name's not in that mix, then to the back burner you go. And I just think that's where Big E is at the moment. Could Bianca Belair become the first 2-time Women's Rumble winner? Yep, definitely. I've got her winning, actually. I don't know if she will win because obviously I predicted that before Ronda was heavily rumored to return. So Ronda's looking very good. But yeah, I really do think that Bianca... I actually think Bianca's the right person to do that as well because she is the EST. Her whole gimmick is being the fastest, the strongest, the quickest, all of that stuff. A Royal Rumble is perfect for Bianca. a lot of the Rumble is about conditioning and strength. You know, you've got to pick people up and dump them over the top rope. That's right in Bianca's wheelhouse. I mean, we've seen her picking up Tamina and having Tamina over. I don't know if she picked up Nia Jax. Can't ever remember. I'm sure she must have. But we know that she certainly picked up Otis. I remember that when she was feuding with Bayley, she had Otis on her shoulders on the outside of the ring. So we know that she has legit got strength. And we know that she's fast. We've seen like the videos of her on track running and whatever. I think she used to be like a CrossFit champion or something. So yeah, I feel that the Rumble is about strength. It's about conditioning. And it's about like your stamina. And that all plays into Bianca. It plays into Bianca more than it plays into anyone else. So I think she would be the right person to do that, definitely. Days, why was Jeff so disrespected by declining WWE's Hall of Fame induction? Oh, so disrespectful for declining WWE's Hall of Fame induction. Why did WWE assume he was on drugs when he was not? Why is Jeff being stubborn and not coming back to WWE? Well, to be honest, I think if it doesn't really matter if you're on drugs or not. If you're at a house show and you are all of a sudden going to jump into the crowd, act a bit weird, and do something that was not in the script. I mean, if you jump into the crowd, that is a security breach, a security issue. Like, all of a sudden now, like, when the wrestlers jump into the crowd, that's all planned in advance, you know, and there will be maybe a risk assessment that's done to ensure that security are never that far away. They might even plant a few fake fans around so that, like, you know, any fake fans that are right next to the action, if they do get caught or a move hits them or something, they ain't going to get sued, because it could be that those fake fans, you see it all the time. I mean, I was watching NXT the other week, and I think it was Von Wagner grabbed someone from the front row and everything. It's like, planting fake fans is, you know, it's as old as time in the crowd. So I think for Jeff to, at a random house show, just randomly, completely not authorized to do so, not discussed or anything, jump into the crowd, I think is a massive red flag. And also, if you consider that he's got a very long history of, different abuses, substance abuses, you know, it doesn't take a genius to put two and two together and go, well, something's not right here. But even if for that instance he wasn't under the influence, you still can't go doing that. You can't do that. You can't just go jumping into the crowd, because there's too much risk. And as I said, you know, we live in a world where people won't think twice about suing WWE. I mean, if he had done something, if wrestlers start going in the crowd and like a young kid gets hurt or something happens, that's all going to come back on WWE. So, you know, it didn't call for it. There was no need for it. Like, it's not as if they were fighting by the barricade and they accidentally fell over. Like, you just randomly jumped out and jumped into the crowd. You know, they had to then start sending security in there, and you can imagine what the panic would have been like backstage. So I don't really blame WWE for releasing him, to be honest. I think that he is someone that I think wanted to be released, is what we're hearing. It is like this was seemingly part of a plan to get released so that he could get out of his contract. So he knew exactly what he was doing. So I have no sympathy for him being fired, because he knew this would lead to him being fired. And that's exactly what happened. So I think for me, he kind of let himself down a little bit there. But it's his prerogative. If he doesn't want to see that contract through, it's hard to have sympathy for WWE that just keep firing people who are under contract anyway. So, do you know what I mean? It's not like I'm massively anti-Jeff Hardy now, because I just think, well, WWE have been letting people go that were under contract. It's hard to have sympathy for them. Jeff didn't want to see that contract through, seemingly. Again, you know, these are all the allegations. He hasn't spoken, haven't heard from his side. So I don't know what his side is, but these are the pieces that have been put together. Him declining Hall of Fame, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. I really don't know. I mean, it seems like his future probably lies in AEW anyway, and I think he was probably a bit frustrated with how he was being used. So I think he's just kind of done with WWE for now, and he just wants to go and join back up with his brother. I think the best way you could use Matt and Jeff is probably together. Jeff, you could always do a little solo run with, but I do think that AEW really values tag team work, and I could see the Hardy Boys being together in AEW. Young Bucks against Hardy Boys, I mean, people are just going to melt at that match. People are going to be so excited. It's an absolute no-brainer. So, yeah, there's quite a bit to unpack there, but it's all a little bit more complicated than just, I think it's this, and this. Sasha has to win to complete her list. What's your final four for the men's? For me, the rumors are AJ, Big E, Austin Theory, and Brock. But Brock comes in at 30. I still think AJ wins. I don't know, but I always find, I find predicting the winner hard enough. To try and predict who the final four is going to be, I think is tricky as well. I think Austin Theory being at the final four would make sense because they definitely see something in him. He won't win, but him just being around in the final four makes sense. Brock's my winner, so that makes sense. And then, honestly, you've gone AJ, Big E. I think that there's a multitude of different names you could have in there. So, I don't know. I'd feel quite good about Brock and Austin Theory getting to the final four. But then I think the other two, I can't really see. Maybe you go a Moss. Maybe a Moss just eliminates everyone. He's still there at the final four. And then it's like the three have got one chance to maybe work together. Or maybe it comes down to Brock and a Moss, or who knows. But maybe a Moss could be there. But I don't think a Moss has got a better chance of being in the final four than AJ or Big E. I think they've got just as good a chance. But I feel quite good about Austin Theory and Brock's being in the final four. So I'll definitely stick with those two. Have you seen the 25 names already confirmed? There's a lot of tag teams in there. Guys like Balor have been left out. Do you see some names being taken out? I don't really think so. I think they've probably announced and that's about it. They could always make little tweaks and changes, but I think by and large that's probably the list. I don't know what's happening with Balor. There's been a few reports that Vince just doesn't see it in Balor. And so, I don't know. This would be quite the disrespect to put tag teams in there and not someone that could actually credibly win instead. I think is very frustrating, and kind of goes back to Anna's point earlier that there should be more surprises, and the Rumble could definitely be tightened. I'm never a fan of tag teams being in the Royal Rumble because straight away neither are going to win. You ain't going to have Angelo Dawkins winning the Rumble. You ain't going to have Eric or Ivar winning the Rumble. You ain't even going to have Montez Ford. Montez Ford one day might go on to, become a champion of some sort, but a solo champion, that is. But I don't think it's going to happen by him winning a Rumble. So I really would ban tag teams from being in, to be honest. And just go with, those solo competitors. In all fairness, they're not even competing for the main titles, are they? They're tag teams. Their dream is to become tag team champions. That's what they're doing. That's what they're focused on. They're in whole different divisions. Really, it should just be the solo guys and the solo girls that go into the Royal Rumble. So, I don't know. I don't really get that bit, to be honest. Unless there's a bit of heat on Balor, as we said, it's a bit tricky, that one. I don't know why you'd put tag teams in and not Finn Balor. So, do I think there'll be some changes? I'm going to lean towards more likely no. They won't change it at this stage. But look, they always could. We've seen before where, R-Truth got number 30, and then wasn't it Nia Jax came and attacked him from behind? We saw Lana was meant to come out at, number 28, and she got beaten up, and Becky took her place. So, anything can happen in a Royal Rumble. So, I'll definitely never say never. Definitely never say never. I did see LSW, but I didn't see exactly what he said. I was going to read it, but I've lost it. Did you see Lacey Evans winning the Rumble? No, I don't see Lacey winning it. I think that she was being built when she was with Ric Flair, but I kind of feel like she was just eventually going to get fed to Charlotte anyway. I don't really see... She might have won the title and had a little run, but Lacey does not strike me as someone that's going to be hanging around the top of a card for a long time. She really doesn't strike me as someone that's is a big deal. I don't mean that as like any kind of disrespect. I just think that she's someone else that never kicked on. She's someone else that kind of came up. She had a bit of a gimmick. Gimmick was never really explained. She was just kind of that throwback 1950s housewife, you know, and just, I don't know, nothing was really ever used about it or explained by it. They put her with Ric Flair. She said she was pregnant. Ric Flair acted like he was the dad. Then they had to come out and say, no, he's not the dad. And then she was gone. So, like, for her to come back and win a Rumble, it would be very cold. Very cold. I don't think that would fill too many people with excitement. Days, just quickly, jumping on football, Days, I want to get your take on some of the transfers. Well, we should be able to do that on, I think, is it Monday, the transfer deadline day? So we will probably go through it all over there on transfer deadline day. Austin said, I've got a feeling that Finn Balor will be in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. WWE Spiteful said, I think it's a bit early for Lacey and Ronda to return, and their babies are just too young. Yeah, I wouldn't be putting the babies in. Definitely agree. The babies going into the Royal Rumble, that would be a mistake. I mean, WWE makes some big mistakes. That would be right up there if they put in Ronda and Lacey's baby. Matthew said, Grimm's Toy Show is working with WWE backstage on Saturday. Jim said, I wouldn't be surprised that Matt Hardy gets kicked out of the AHFO closer to Jeff's non-compete being finished. Dort Knight said, why not have tag teams as one, where they work together, and if one of them win, they get a shot at the tag team belts. Yeah, I don't mind that idea of there being a tag team Royal Rumble. You could even do it on like tonight's SmackDown or the Go Home for Raw. I don't think you do it at the Rumble because we've already got 2 Rumbles. You don't need 3 Rumbles. But I don't mind a tag team one whereby teams come down. Like, say you have 20 rather than 30, and teams come down, and once one gets eliminated, the others gets eliminated as well. You could have that rule. They work together. It's the team that survives. Whoever gets down to the end, the final 2, like team members, win a chance exactly like the Rumble. I don't mind that idea at all. I wouldn't add it to the Royal Rumble. I think 3 Rumbles is too much. I think 2's fine. 2's fine. We get to see like 2 Elimination Chambers, 2 Money in the Bank ladder matches, men's and a women's, 2 Royal Rumbles. I ain't got an issue with there being a men's and a women's. Makes perfect sense, and I'm glad they're doing it actually for, you know, equality and whatever. But I wouldn't put the tag teams in as well. Great for a go-home, though. Would make a go-home feel a bit more special. So I would do it there, personally. Maybe the winners on the go-home could get the title shot at the Royal Rumble itself. So maybe like on the Raw, on the Monday, you do a cross-brand tag team Royal Rumble. They do have 3 hours to fill. So you could do a cross-brand Royal Rumble on the go-home Raw. And then you get the winner gets a face-to-face on SmackDown with the current champions of their brand. So even if it's like the Raw guys that win, then on SmackDown there's a segment booked. I mean, I don't mind that. I know people will be like, oh, the brand split. But, I mean, it makes sense. You know, you do the Rumble on the Monday, you do the face-to-face on the Friday, and then you get the actual title match itself at the Royal Rumble on the Saturday. Could be kind of fun. Well, I'd be all right with that. I think there should be a tag team Money in the Bank, said Tree Trunker. How long we got? We got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go, and we are approaching the Go Home Smackdown. It feels big. It feels exciting. Very much looking forward to tonight. The Royal Rumble, the second biggest kind of show of the year, really, just behind WrestleMania. SummerSlam's always right up there as well. So is Money in the Bank, but I feel like Money in the Bank is definitely not on the Royal Rumble level. definitely not on the Royal Rumble level. You could make an argument for Money in the Bank being third, probably fourth. I feel like WrestleMania, Rumble, SummerSlam, Money in the Bank is the big four. And then Survivor Series comes in like fifth. Survivor Series just doesn't do it for me, man. I know it's been around like for a long time. And we've got many great memories from Survivor Series, but I just don't get as excited for it, to be honest. I think it's run its course. So, I mean, you could still do a really good Survivor Series, but just don't do Raw versus SmackDown. But anyway, that's by the by. However you want to carve it up, tomorrow is either the biggest. For some it is. It's maybe my favourite, but it's not the biggest. For me, WrestleMania is the biggest, of course. But either way, tomorrow, absolutely huge. Don't forget, we are live tomorrow. The stream is already set up. If you haven't dropped a like on it, drop a like. Go over to it, leave a like. It makes a massive difference. We'll be trying to see if we can get it to about 1,000 likes. It's such a big, important stream for the channel. The big monthly UFC stream for the channel is vital for the channel. I mean, it really does carry a lot of the weight. But so does the big monthly WWE pay-per-view. This is why WWE doing a pay-per-views now on a Saturday is a real problem for me, because if it's going to collide with UFC, that's just a massive problem. For example, I think it's Money in the Bank is actually currently the same night as like UFC 274 or something. And I was really worried. But I've heard now they're trying to move it. WWE are trying to move it because they don't want to go up against UFC, which makes perfect sense because UFC is huge. WWE is huge, but UFC is bigger. And they would not be wise going up against a UFC pay-per-view. But this was my concern with them switching to a Saturday. This was the thing I was worried about. It's got pros and cons. There's lots of people that like it because obviously they're not at work or school the next day. So I appreciate it works for a lot of people, but yeah, it is a bit of a concern. But yeah, anyway, tomorrow, huge, and we will be live at least an hour before the Rumble. It's all set up. It's all set up. You can see it. It's there on the channel, waiting for people to leave their comments and likes and get excited. And I haven't got anything else on tomorrow. My plan tomorrow is literally, keep an eye on the news, see what's happening, see what the latest rumors are, and get ready for the Rumble. Not that I'm in it, but that we're going to have some fun with it. Jonathan Walker, shout out to you, buddy, said, who is your pick for the men's and women's? I'm going to go with Brock and Bianca. I know that Ronda now is going to be there or thereabouts in people's thoughts, and that makes perfect sense. Ronda is a massive, massive star. If she's in it, she stands a great chance of winning it. I'm not going to argue with anyone that picks Ronda. Brock, I'm going to go with Brock. He's been the person I've been thinking about pretty much all along. Hasn't been anything that's like changed my mind. It's not like Meltzer's come out and gone, right, we know that it's going to be Brock defending the WWE Championship at Saudi. Like, we haven't had anything like that. We don't quite know what the next steps are for Brock. So I'm feeling good about Brock Lesnar. I think he is the bookies' favourite as well. I picked him before the bookies even opened their odds, so I didn't know how it was going to play out. But Brock's come in. He's come in as favourite. I'm still feeling good about that. And then Bianca, she's my pick. Yes, she won it last year. A lot of people are saying she ain't going to win it 2 years in a row. My response would be why? Because she's a massive star. She's someone they really believe in. She's someone that gave them a brilliant WrestleMania moment last year. She's someone that needs to get revenge because of how she lost at SummerSlam. She's got a ready-made story with Becky. Dave Meltzer reported that it was going to be Becky versus Bianca at WrestleMania. So that would suggest that she's certainly in the running. Don't know that she wins it, but she's certainly in the running. But I think that Ronda is definitely a curveball. So for me, it comes down to Ronda and Bianca. They might even be the final two. I don't know if Bayley's in. I don't know if Asuka's in. They could be curveballs as well. But, yeah, my picks are going to be Brock and Bianca. Harley says... James Chadwick said, I'm still happy about my number. Cheated. I was over on Dave in Real live streams. If you've not been on Dave's channel, it's awesome. He's obviously a great friend and a great member of our community. And he did a little thing yesterday where he was giving people numbers for the Rumble. So if you was on his stream, he would give you a number. And then, if your person wins from that number, then, you win or whatever. So James was on there. He got number 30, which is a great number to get, isn't it? But, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And we don't need to look forward to SmackDown because it is starting. Here we go. So, right, big show tonight. Big go home. It's going to be their final opportunity to convince people to tune into the Royal Rumble. We know that we're getting Naomi against Sonya. I think, wasn't it last week that we saw, like, Jeff Jarrett around and we saw Bischoff around and, we really got to see some legends. So I'm quite excited to see how that's going to develop as well. Like, if Jeff Jarrett's going to start managing Rick Boogs, that could be quite fun. If Eric Bischoff is going to be a new authority figure, that could be quite fun. If Sonya and Naomi is going to have an interesting development in their story tonight, that's going to be a lot of fun. So even though it's go home, I am genuinely hopeful that this should be an all right show. One of the shows this week's got to be good. I think all the shows so far have been really poor. So something's got to deliver, and I'm thinking it's going to be this. Paige is going to return tomorrow, says Matthew. Rachel said, you got that right. Alexa Bliss should win the Rumble. Maybe Angle could come surprise for the men, but watch out. There will be an NXT superstar coming. Right, here we go. Papa John's. SmackDown is being delivered by Papa John's. Does that mean it's going to be late and cold? Seth freaking Rollins, Roman Reigns face-to-face. One-on-one tonight. Do you think Ronda will still show up even if the Women's Rumble doesn't main event? Or if it's not the main event, then no Ronda? No, to be honest. That wouldn't be a barrier for me. I don't think that if the women don't main event, I wouldn't say no Ronda. I think that WWE, I think Brock is a bigger star than Ronda. So I think that if the plan is for Brock, who has lost his title earlier in the night, say, is going to jump in the Rumble, win it, and then we're going to have, like, Brock win, and it'll be a, what does this mean for WrestleMania, blah, 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 blah. I think that's still a massive way to end the night. So, I no way would I say that if the men main event, then Ronda's not in it. It's a great question, though, because I can see the logic to that. I can definitely see the logic to that. But for me, I think if they have the women's Rumble first, Ronda being in it would just really get everyone talking. You might even get a few people to tune in that weren't tuned in anyway. Like, you don't have to leave that as the final thing, because your final thing might still be Brock winning, which would be huge anyway. Brock winning the Rumble's massive. Sam said, I turned 20 today. Thank you for the fun streams. Happy 12th birthday to Sam Bellissimo. 12 years old. That is insane, bud. Well, big school coming up soon, Sam. I think you can get, like, WWE pencil cases, a protractor, pencils, pencil sharpeners, backpacks, stickers for your workbooks. So that is awesome. So hope you got all of that, bud, for your 12th birthday, and are excited for the Royal Rumble. Right, Charlotte in the ring. She looks great, man. She always looks great. It is my honor. Laying into sports teams. So she said, I'm going to do what your sports team can't do. I'm going to bring a championship to your city. She's a great promo. I don't think she gets the respect she deserves on her promos. It's almost impossible to predict or prepare for the Royal Rumble, says Charlotte. I'm more excited for the women's than for the men's. I can't believe the Rumble is tomorrow. Dave's 12 years old. Just think, I'm only 5 times older. Multiply 5 plus 1. Oh. I didn't have to enter the Rumble. She gets a bit... What's happening here? She's a bit distracted. She paused for a second there. I don't know why. I don't rely on fate or chance. I take control. It's nice. She said, that is why I am the most dominant champion in the history of WWE. The only thing I'd say with this is we've heard all this. We know why she's in the Rumble. This is a recap for all of you that haven't been watching. So she's saying, when I win, I'm going to choose who I face. Well, Shayna Baszler coming out and the crowd go mild. Shayna Baszler's here. Shayna Baszler making her way down, and could this be a bit of a precursor to Ronda? Because she is someone that is a BFF with Ronda. Okay, so Shayna in the ring. Is that new music as well? It's rubbish.
I'm sorry. Body's crashing, limbs snapping. You're talking my language. That's music in my ear.
You're talking my language? Bodies crashing and limbs snapping. I will not hesitate to snap you like a twig. Oh. Charlotte went to speak. Shayna interrupted. I won't waste any time in declaring you my WrestleMania opponent. Oh, who's coming out now? It's all a little clunky, this. It's a little bit clunky. Like, Charlotte went to talk, Shayna interrupted her. Charlotte went to talk, then music's interrupting. What's that, Aliyah 317? Oh, my God. Aliyah 317? What? Oh, my God. Aliyah 317. And it looks just like Austin 316 shirt as well. Oh, well done. Well done. Do you know what? WWE did something right there. I'm so into that. Oh, could you imagine if she started to do a little bit of Stone Cold? Imagine if she gets in and she's like, what? What? And everyone's like, this girl. Aliyah 317. Yes! Oh. Austin 316. Ugh. Don't know what that is. Austin, please, can you stop copying Aliyah 317? Thank you. Here's Natalia. Natalia making her way out. I'm a 3-time Guinness World Record holder. Aliyah 317 said, I just kicked your ass. What? I'd love that. What? Check me out, guys. I'm a stunner. I want them to go down that road. That would work on me. I'd love it if she started to, like, dress a bit like Stone Cold. Do you remember when Sandow was, like, starting to dress as the Macho Man? And everything. If Aliyah was to start channeling just a little bit of Stone Cold, but doing it a bit rubbish, I'd love that. Shotzi's come down, by the way. She needs to say what now? She needs to say what? Oh, Sasha? How long's Sasha been gone for? Jeez. She looks amazing. Sasha's come out. It's about a million guys right now just exploded. Sasha making her way down. It's in like a cat suit, but the sides are like cut out. She does look great. Has she been off doing like Mandalorian stuff? Aliyah's like, oh my god, welcome back. Oh my god, welcome back. The boss is back. Holy hell, look at Sasha. Big Sasha chants. Sasha slaps Charlotte. Okay, so we've got Shayna Baszler going after Shotzi. Clothesline on Charlotte by Natalia. Aliyah is down. Sasha coming back's nice. I don't know how long she's been away for. Is this going to end up being a trios match? Oh, I'm sure it will. Aliyah moves out the way. Single leg drop kick to Baszler. Baszler goes out the ring. Big boot, though, by Charlotte. Aliyah goes out the ring. Charlotte waves. And she knows that Sasha's behind her. Look at the disgust on the face of Charlotte. Kick coming in. Charlotte gets thrown over the top. Sasha's making out that Charlotte's feet don't smell that great. I do not mind that segment. I totally understand why people weren't into it. But I love the Aliyah 317 thing. I think that's great. I think there's so much they can do with that as well. So Aliyah 317, I'm quite excited by that. And then it resulted in Sasha coming back, which, again, people will say you should save it for tomorrow. I totally understand that. But I did also say we ain't going to get anything that special on this show. It's go home. You know, it'd be nice if they brought someone out, and then they do. So I ain't going to criticize it because they did actually give us something like that segment. Like, I don't know. I don't know what Shotzi said. I don't think Aliyah said anything of any interest. But I do like the Aliyah 317 thing. That is so clever. And there is so much you can do with it as well. As I said, I would definitely have her, like, trying to channel her inner Stone Cold. I want her now to be like, Stone Cold's my inspiration. And I'm going to, now that I've got Aliyah 317, I'm going to be the Stone Cold of the women's division. And people just look at her going, what's this girl on? What's this girl on about? She's like, okay, I can do this. What? And like really trying to G herself up. And like maybe like she could even come out with the broken glass sound. Whatever her music is. She comes out waving, and then she's like, no. And then like walking her way down. Oh, I'd love it. Please, WWE, book it that way. Right, we've got Sheamus and Ridge Holland making their way down. Sasha was injured 2 weeks ago. She's supposed to be out for, I think, about 8 weeks. She was supposed to be cleared in March, so this is pretty impressive. Aliyah was already a stunner. Waiting for Mickie James since Charlotte said no one in WWE. Ronda and Sasha are going to be the final two confirmed. Dawn Knight said, no, the females need to be themselves. They don't need to do gimmick male wrestlers. Yeah, but what is Aliyah? How do you make Aliyah stand out with, what she does? Like, who is she? What does she do? I mean, I actually think this would be a really good way of getting her connected with the crowds. And eventually you could go that way. Like maybe this Stone Cold thing in 12 months' time hasn't worked. And you could have someone go, listen, your problem isn't you. It's the fact you're trying to be someone that you're not. But it would give us something to do for 12 months. I think that'd be good booking. Have you watched the Becky Lynch Broken Skull? I haven't, no. That's a good shout. It dropped today, didn't it? But no, I've not seen it, bud. I did mean to put it on, but it slipped my mind. In fairness, it's a difficult thing to remember to do. I don't tend to go onto the network all that often anymore. I tend to just go on for the big pay-per-views. I don't really use it for anything else, which is a real shame, isn't it? I really should. I mean, there's so much stuff on there. I really should just pop it on and go back and watch whatever and just have it on in the background. I never do. But I should. It's my fault. I've no one else to blame. I don't actually know what this match is. I didn't catch it, so I'll have to wait for us to get back before typing it below. Days, if Ronda does not make a surprise appearance, my shortlist I would like to see win would be Shayna Baszler, Bayley, Asuka, Lacey Evans, and Liv Morgan. Aliyah 317 in the chat says, What? Just like that, Aliyah 317 is bigger than anything Liv Morgan has done. I'd say it's bigger than Austin 316. It's going to take WWE by storm. I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny because I feel like you could definitely do something with Aliyah 316. And my concern is going to be that they've stumbled across something that they're not now going to get behind. Like, she'll just come out with the T-shirt and that'll be it. The T-shirt will be out and she'll wear the T-shirt and that'll be it. And they won't actually do anything with it. And I think that would be such a missed opportunity. I think it's such a great idea. Whoever's come up with that idea is really, really clever. That's a really good idea. Chloe, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Anna said Cesaro, Ricochet versus Sheamus and Ridge Holland. It's a rehash. Rehash. And the crowd say both select. Cesaro and Ricochet versus Sheamus and Ridge Holland. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this, but whatevs. It's the day before. It's the day before the Royal Rumble. I'm in good spirits, man. Who cares? This year, I've managed to avoid all the rumours for the Rumble. I've done pretty much 1 month without Twitter. I've avoided rumours, and I am excited for tomorrow. Well, I'm not sure this is going to be a great stream for you to be on then, buds, because obviously people are still talking about what they've heard, what are the chances of things. So, yeah, I'm giving you warning now. This might not be a great stream for you to be on. But it's very exciting. There's lots of talk out there. What if Rob Gronkowski enters the Rumble plus Gable Steveson to host 2-night WrestleMania? Rob Gronkowski, I think, is busy, isn't he? Or is he not? Did they get knocked out, New England Patriot? No. Who does he play for now? He plays for Tampa. No? Yes. I'm just having to go through my football, my extensive football knowledge. He plays for Tampa. I don't know if they're still in or not. So I'm going to say he won't be in. Gable Steveson, I think, will be at WrestleMania. But Gable Steveson being that kind of surprise entrant and him arriving, I mean, he was drafted back in, October, November. That is not a bad shout at all. Forgotten about Gable Steveson. So that is not a bad shout at all. AJ to win the Rumble and eliminate Amos. With the Jeff Hardy news breaking, Meltzer did report that the feeling in WWE was offering Jeff a contract to prevent a Hardy Boy reunion. Surely they should have known what they would do in releasing him. Yeah, but I think some things are bigger than others. I think if you're going to have someone that's going to go rogue, jump into the crowd, potentially be under the influence again, I think that is bigger than stopping AEW doing a Hardy Boys reunion. Since it now looks like Jeff wasn't under the influence and maybe was doing it to get out of his contract, maybe you could sit down with Jeff and go, look, we understand your frustrations. We can do this, this, and this. We can give you a bit more money. Like, maybe there's an opportunity for them to offer something that would catch his eye. I don't know. It's a weird one. My personal opinion is let him go. I think that if he doesn't want to be there, and in all fairness, they weren't using him great anyway, and I understand them not wanting AEW to get stronger, and, you know, if they get the Hardy Boys, that's definitely going to be something WWE wouldn't want. So, I suppose it all makes sense. It all checks out, but I'd let him go. I always think, like, you know, you can focus on yourself and build up some stars and, you know, don't need to worry about... I mean, I don't even know how long Jeff would be wrestling for. But he is still massively over, in all fairness. People were still right behind him, so I can really understand why they're reaching back out. I'm sure Jeff was sober. No other way to get out of that contract. I wish him well, but he should have gone to rehab. Well, if he was sober then, or wasn't under the influence or anything, and it was to get out of a contract, then yeah, I mean, he doesn't need rehab. But I mean, if it was that there was an issue, because I don't know what the truth is. I still don't know what the truth is. Then I think he's been to rehab quite a few times. I don't think rehab tends to work for everybody. I think he's been there and gone through the course a few times, and it just doesn't seem to be working for him. So, or maybe it has worked for him, and as we said, you know, he wasn't under any influence. I don't know where the truth is, but I can definitely see him go to AEW. Days, WWE signs with Disney. I saw that Disney were showing something. I can't remember what it was. They have signed an agreement. I don't know if it's to do some shows. I can't remember. But they have signed some kind of deal with Disney, yes. Do you remember Trish Stratus? Of course. Jeff did WWE Dirty, said Zoom Station. I wanted Tom Brady to win the Super Bowl again so that people could get angry. Disgusting Noise said rehab works about 4% of the time. It is true that rehab doesn't work for everyone, especially AA. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I don't know much on that subject. I've just heard from people that have been through the program that have said that it doesn't work for them. So it's not like it's not the magic solution to everything, but it definitely helps people and it definitely works for people as well. So I'd never dissuade people from going to rehab, but yeah, I don't know that that's the answer always. Almost half an hour in, we are at commercial break right now. Days still a cloud hanging over from UFC 270. I'm happy to see Laugh Out Loud and enjoy the enthusiasm. Still a cloud hanging over from UFC 270. What do you mean, buds? I thought 270 was great. I thought it was a really good show, and it was quite interesting. Dana's come out since and said him not being at the press conference, because he never was, and him not putting the belt around Ngannou, that was not a disrespect thing. He genuinely had stuff to do. I don't know if that's true, but he was like, you lot are idiots. He was like, I did the press conference with him. You can actually see footage of me shaking his hand. I spent the whole week building up to this fight with Ngannou. And then like it gets to the point where he wins his fight and all I've got to do is put a belt around his waist, and because I had stuff to do, you see that as me being disrespectful. He's like, no, come on, guys. If I didn't want anything to do with Ngannou, I wouldn't have had anything to do with him all week. I don't know that that's true, to be honest, because he needed to show you some level of respect so that the fight happened. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he didn't show him respect in the build-up, what would have happened? I mean, could the main event have fallen apart? I really don't know. So, I don't know. I don't know that I believe Dana, but he's coming out saying that there was no disrespect intended. Daniel said, did you see Johnny Gargano's tweet acknowledging those Johnny Wrestling chants on Wednesday? I did. He said he heard them, he appreciated them, and it's great to know the fans are still with him, you know. Dana actually brought up UFC 199 with Bisping, which was dumb. Legend Killer, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Harley said, Days, a report is saying someone was spotted in St. Louis. But is it St. Louis or St. Louis? I think it's Louis, is it? St. Louis. No, that doesn't sound right. Must be St. Louis. St. Louis. Okay. I couldn't see the rest of that comment because whilst I was still trying to figure out if it's St. Louis or St. Louis. I don't know. I'm trying to think now. We've been there before and I can't remember. I think it's St. Louis. Anyway, that comment's gone. I think what most of us can agree is the Women's Rumble should main event. It's unpredictable. The stars already announced a big, and the rumored surprises are big, said Harley. Big Time Baxter said, Days, surely with Sasha back, she should win the Rumble. I'm not sure she would be too thrilled at seeing Ronda back to take a big payday and win the Rumble. Sasha is certainly a favorite. I don't think that her being back now means that she definitely wins it. I think she's definitely a contender because the rumors were Charlotte, Sasha, Becky, Bianca. So I think Sasha, Charlotte, Bianca are three favorites. And then you could put Ronda in there as well if she's going to be in it. Becky, I don't think will be in it. So for me, those four, Ronda, Charlotte, Sasha, Bianca, those are the four that I'm looking at. I think Bianca, it could be Ronda, it might be Sasha. Yeah, it might be Sasha. Now that she's back, and we know she's definitely going to be in the Rumble, I think there's a good chance. Don't worry, it's copy and pasted. A report is saying someone was spotted in St. Louis, but it's being kept well hidden. Not being able to find the identity of that person. Via is coming, says Robert. JS17 said, I can't wait until tomorrow, especially for the biggest surprise of them all, Via Mahan. Days, wait, Dana was not at the pay-per-view, but he had to film an episode of him sneaker shopping. Well, I mean, he would have, I don't know when he's done that. But he said that he wasn't able to be at that main event match because of something that happened backstage at that time. He said that he tried to get back to put the belt around the waist of Ngannou, but he was too late in order to do that. But in all fairness, I don't get that, actually. Because if he tries to get back to put the title around the waist of Ngannou, why couldn't he do the press conference? I don't know. I don't know if I believe him. But all I can tell you is what he's saying. He's saying that there was no disrespect intended to Ngannou. Rumors are Caitlyn was spotted in St. Louis. William knows who the surprise entrants are. I'm hoping the surprise entrant is going to be Aliyah 317. That's what I want. I want Aliyah in the Rumble and Aliyah 317. That's what I want. I'm a simple man, guys. I'm a simple man. Oksana is rumored. I think she wins. Sheamus in the ring with Cesaro. The Bar going at it at the moment. European uppercut by Cesaro, and again collides into Sheamus. Sheamus thrown over to the corner, back elbow by Sheamus. Sheamus going for a clothesline, springboard uppercut. Corkscrew by Cesaro. Dumps Sheamus over the top. Sheamus up over the top on the outside. Cesaro going round the outside. Big uppercut. Sheamus felt that. If Eva Marie enters the Rumble, I'm going underground. I'll join you. If WWE sells to Disney, do you think we will see more gimmicks in WWE? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Bruce Pritchard on his podcast said he expects Vince to still be in charge in about 20 years' time. Again, take that with a pinch of salt, because if there was a deal that was going to be done, I don't think Bruce would have, leaked it. So, but again, all I can tell you is what's being said. And Bruce thinks Vince will still be in charge. He's loving it. He's still, apparently as vibrant as ever. Again, this is all coming from Bruce, though, who will only ever put a positive spin on things. So, I don't know. I don't know that I see them being sold to Disney. I wouldn't mind it personally, because I do think that Disney have done really well with Marvel. I think they've done well with Star Wars. Those films were massive. And I don't know if people enjoyed all of those films, but I think they definitely enjoyed the bulk of it. Certainly the reviews and the feedback I was being told was that they were good. I don't know if the last one was maybe a bit off. I didn't hear people like going crazy for the last one. Anyway, I think Disney would look after it. I don't think they would bring in gimmicks for the sake of bringing in gimmicks. I think they'd get someone like Triple H in charge to run it. Someone that knew the business. And so if Triple H felt that it needed more gimmicks, he'd put in more gimmicks. But I don't think you'd have people coming down in flipping Mickey Mouse costumes or anything. They would let wrestling be what wrestling needed to be, just like how they've let Star Wars be what that needs to be and Marvel be what it needs to be. So, Ridge Holland and Sheamus win. Match was fine. It's fine. It's just fodder. Fodder. There are 8 reported names for the women. One I don't think will be in, which is Ivory. She's about 60. There's 5 names reported for the men. WWE got a distribution deal with Disney for Indonesia. Yeah, I knew it wasn't anything major. So, there we go. Dana was at the press conference. Dana wasn't at the press conference. I don't know if he said that he was there backstage, but there was no... he didn't do the press conference. Because we waited around after, and I watched it back the next day, and he's not there. Do you know if Caitlyn is wrestling anywhere? I don't believe she is. We want Hook, says Tom. A WWE section at Disneyland would be awesome if they brought the company. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I wonder if they've got the space to do that. I mean, I know they found room for Star Wars. And Islands of Adventure is already... I wonder what happens to Islands of Adventure. Because that's at Universal. And Disney own that now. So I wonder what happens with Islands of Adventure. Like, have they been told that this whole park's got to be changed over the next few years or something? I don't know what's happening there. But yeah, WWE... I'd want it to be a whole theme park. I think you could do a whole theme park, but that might have limited appeal. Might have to just be like a world. Do you know what I mean? It might have to just be part of a park. But that would be class. Hammer Studio, shout out to you. I didn't realize you meant the post press conference. Thought he was talking about the one on Thursday for the fight. Yeah, that's fine. No worries, Daniel. I see where the confusion is on that. Do you think Paige will be in the Royal Rumble? I don't know. I don't expect Paige. I know that she is trying to get back and would love to be in it, and I know that people would love for her to be in it. But I don't see Paige. If Paige comes back, that'll be massive. That'll be a wonderful surprise. That would be brilliant. I would love it. I really would. But I don't see it. I don't know what it is. I just think that you've really got to be cleared, and everything's got to be above board. And I don't know. I don't know that Paige actually is cleared. I know that she's sent little messages out teasing it, but if you as a wrestler or an ex-wrestler, you would do that. I would do that. If I was an ex-wrestler or a current wrestler not in WWE, of course, this is a great opportunity to just give your brand a bit of a boost, isn't it? To get people talking about you. So, yeah, easy. I'd definitely put something out there that was hinting I was going to be in the Rumble. Make perfect sense. But, and in all fairness, pretty much everyone's doing that, and that's why everyone's being linked to it. You know, a lot of the wrestlers do the work for WWE by sending out little teasers and whatnot. Aaron, shout out to you, dudes. British Soundboard Prank said, it does feel like anything can happen at this Rumble. WWE have done a good build for once. I need to put this out into for binge listening to a YouTube show called Days Wrestling. Have you heard of it? LDTV, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the support. Dort Knight said, Days, as a massive Star Wars fan and someone who takes the highs with the lows, it's safe to say many feel Disney ruined Star Wars and only really pulled it around with the TV shows. Well, I mean, that could be the view of the hardcore Star Wars fan base. But I can only tell you that the kind of wider casual viewer felt satisfied with it. So, you know, if Disney were to take WWE, then potentially the hardcore wrestling fan base might feel let down and it doesn't go in the direction they want. But the overall is going to be fine. I mean, if you look at what Star Wars delivered at the box office, if you look at like the average reviews, audience reviews for those films, they're not disastrous. We're not down in the 20s and 30s or 40s. Like the reviews are quite strong. And, you know, I was working in retail at the time. I was actually working in entertainment retail, selling the film. So I had many conversations with people about Star Wars and about that rebirth. And the general consensus, not everyone loved it, but the general consensus was that it was fine. But, you know, everyone's going to have a different opinion. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that maybe the hardcore fans like yourself did feel a bit let down, and maybe it would be the same for WWE. Sean said, we were talking about the Rey mask a few days ago. Apparently that is only available in Australia. I wondered why I'd not seen it. I received an email from 2K that were telling me all about the actual release, and they had all the different formats, and there was nothing there about like a special edition with a mask. Nothing. It came about because I said there's no special edition, there's no autographs or anything, and that's when someone said about the Rey mask. So that's interesting if it's Australia only. That's very interesting. Why Australia only? It's a bit weird, isn't it? Right now, we got a video package just showing us key moments from the history of the Royal Rumble. It's quite nice. Edge's return. That was great. That was great. That was one of the best Royal Rumble moments. 1,190 people have been in the Rumble. Oh. 5 of the last 6 Rumble winners have gone on to win a championship. Oh, don't show that. This broke my heart. They're going to break my heart all over again. Oh, no, Davey. Oh, Davey. Davey thought he had won. The British Bulldog was standing in the corner celebrating. And then that dirty cheat Shawn Michaels, who never actually cheated. Titus World Slide. Beautiful. Jason P said, I'm 21 today. Happy 12th birthday to Jason Peace. Jason Peace, happy 12th birthday. 12 years old today. That is wonderful. I think he actually said he had a McDonald's party and hung out with Ronald McDonald. He sent me a DM, sent me some pictures. Hung out with Ronald McDonald. There was a juggler. He had a little party. All his friends went back with party bags, a little bit of cake inside. Absolutely brilliant. So hope you had a great 12th birthday, Jason. Absolutely brilliant, mate. And it's only going to get better this weekend, what with it being the Royal Rumble tomorrow. Absolutely brilliant. 12 years old. Days, would you freak out if Bull Nakano walked out? I would, man. I'd love to. Apparently, Bull Nakano's doing a signing in Dallas. Was it you, James, that sent me that? Someone sent me that, saying that Bull Nakano's doing a signing in Texas. I've just got to keep everything crossed that she's coming to the UK. If Bull Nakano, if I can get a picture with Bull Nakano, I think that means I complete life. I think life gets completed then. Because she is what may be my favourite female wrestler. I mean, I do love Asuka. I do love Asuka. Asuka's right up there as well. But Asuka's kind of, I don't know. She had like 12 months or so of it being a bit. She won the Money in the Bank. When she won Money in the Bank, that was awesome. When Becky left in 2020. And then pretty much since then, for about a year and a half, it's been a bit. So yeah, I do love Bull Nakano. She's a former WWF champion. There might be some people that aren't aware of her, but she was quite a big girl, and her hair was like blue, and it went right up like that. She was like Marge Simpson, and it was just product. I don't know what she used to do. It must have been hairspray, but it was like, it wasn't a fake hair or anything. I'm sure she must have hairsprayed it. But she's unrecognizable now. She's lost so much weight. She's really small now. She's like this little old lady. She looks nothing like the monster that she was, and she doesn't have her hair that way anymore. So you'd get a picture of it. I don't know. It's kind of like a little old lady is now pretending to... I keep saying old lady. It's the wrong image, really. She's not frail. But I don't know how old she is, actually. She's probably in her... I'm going to have a look. Is she in her 50s now? It's not that old, is it, I suppose? Show some respect, Days. Show some respect. I'm going to say early 50s. 54. She's 54. I wouldn't have her in the Rumble. Okay. There's Sonya. Sonya's having a word with the ref. The ref said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to call this match down the middle." There's a picture of Bull Nakano, by the way. So you can see that, you know, she was not... She was, yeah, she had a bit of size to her. She had her hair sticking up. And then there's a picture here of her with Asuka. How about that? And that's her now. Look at that. Just looks different. Weird, doesn't it? Like, that's Asuka with Bull Nakano. That does not look like Bull Nakano. Like, my head can't even compute that is the same person. But apparently that is Asuka meeting Bull Nakano. It's a weird little picture, that. Well, it's a great picture. But certainly doesn't look like the Bull Nakano that I remember. She was a monster, man. She was amazing. She was amazing. Really agile as well. The ref is tired. Do we know why Sonya dislikes Naomi? Any explanation? They just said that Naomi, she said, you know, wasn't it a couple of weeks ago? She said you walk in here thinking that you're, you know, main event. You think that you're the A side and you're not. You're the B side. So she's making out that she doesn't like how Naomi keeps demanding that she be in main events and all that kind of stuff. So that's what she said. It wasn't really explained or fleshed out very well, in all fairness. Mickey Mouse versus Donald Duck in a no-holds-barred first blood match. Make it happen, Disney. I remember when she used to team up with Matsumoto. All of them women in, wasn't it All Japan Women? In like their late 80s, early 90s. It was brilliant. I think her and Dump, actually, which is a pretty funny name. But her and Dump, actually, I watched some videos of them doing Madison Square Garden I don't know if it was a house show or if it was actually shown on TV. But they worked a tag match and came over in the 80s. And actually did some matches for WWE in the 80s. We see, when I thought about Bull Nakano, I only thought about her in like 94. I think, was it 93, 94? I only thought about her in that kind of time. I didn't realise she'd been in WWE before, but she had years before in the 80s and done some shows over in New York. I think she did a few, actually. I think she was on a tour. So, yeah, and so that was her and Dump Matsumoto. At least they explained it somehow. I didn't think they'd explained it at all. Who can do the best wrestling Disney crossover names? Winner gets entry into the Rumble, said Fortnite. Rue said, number one, no one talking about Big Cass with Morrissey for the Rumble. Makes sense, more sense than Moose. Can't see both Impact champs losing. You're the top WWE streamer. Rue, shout out to you, dudes. Big Cass is not a bad shout. He was in WWE before. The only thing I would say is I don't know that he was the biggest star. And the other thing as well is I think they're really going to try and get a Moss over. So by trying to get a Moss over, you probably wouldn't want another giant in the Rumble. If you want to go look at a Moss, oh my God, he's incredible kind of a thing. Bringing out someone that's the same size, or I don't think he'd be bigger, but bringing out someone that would be the same size might be a bit of a misstep. But it's certainly a name that you're absolutely right, I've not heard get mentioned, and he's not a bad outside chance. So, Rue, shout out to you. Hope you are enjoying SmackDown, as Sonya has clearly been shopping in the same place that Sasha gets her attires from. So, Sonya getting into the ring. Must have been like an S&M 2-and-1 special, you know, buy one, get one free. So she probably popped down with Sasha. So the bell is rung, and apparently this is going to get called straight down the middle. Sonya telling the referee to basically know, you know, that she's in charge, and he's like, I'm just going to call it down the middle. Naomi, very focused, wants to get her hands on Sonya again. Quite evasive work at the moment by Sonya. Sonya putting her head out. I kind of like this. Sonya has taken over the Karrion Kross gimmick. I don't remember Karrion Kross wearing that. Oh, kick to the midsection. She's kind of... I could see Scarlett wearing that kind of a thing. Nice takedown by Sonya. And managed to get a bit of ground and pound. Look, stomping away. I like the fact that... I mean, look, Sonya needs to be presented as a threat. I know that she wants to get the referee on her side, but she is still a legit fighter with an MMA background as well. Again, she slams Naomi down, so Sonya in control. She managed to get that takedown. This has given her a bit of an edge. I'm confused. I read my name out William Austin. I'm not sure what regards. All the build for this one-off match on SmackDown. Awful. Days, I tweeted Born Nakano asking if she is going to come to the UK a few days ago and still no reply. Oh, Jen, you're a legend. I don't mind you having number 30 now, James, because you're doing God's work. So, yeah, let me know if she replies. I'd love to know if she's going to come to the UK. Tell her there's 2 people that would love to meet her. Kick to the midsection by Sonya. And again, Naomi goes down. 1, 2. 2 count. And Sonya frustrated at the referee. Bit quiet. She keeps having to mess around with the ring gear as well. I don't like this ring gear for Sonya. I mean, she's constantly like having to readjust it and pull this up here and move this here. And Ronda always used to do that. Ronda, when she was she'd always have to pull down like her shorts and be like constantly do it. Once you noticed it, like it was quite distracting. Sonya face first into the edge of the ring. Naomi grabs Sonya. Again, face first into the edge of the ring. Naomi back in control. I feel like this is going to be the match that takes us from hour 1 into hour 2 because we've still got 5 minutes and the pace of this is actually quite slow. I'm wondering if they're going to give this time. Naomi claps the crowd very quiet. Sonya has got Naomi, plants her down on the ground, and we should go to commercial break. That's going to eat up some of them few minutes, isn't it? Sunny said, Days, apparently I'm a beautiful goddess. You're a perv. I know that much. Sonya's MMA background is 2-1 California amateurs, and that was it. Never rated higher than number 14 in California amateurs. Yeah, I mean, no one's saying that she's UFC quality, but what we are saying is she does have an MMA background. So seeing her get like takedowns is quite good, quite impressive, and she's definitely got some things in her arsenal that she can, I wouldn't present her as being useless because she's not useless. She's far from useless. A lot of these women don't have any kind of fighting background whatsoever, but she's actually had MMA fights. She can actually do some stuff. So I don't mind her being presented as someone that can hold her own. I sort of like heels being presented that way. I understand you can't do it all the time because they're heels and we need to hate them. It's kind of like with Roman. If Roman was to win clean all the time, people would start thinking he was cool and everything. You kind of need him being helped from time to time and cheating and whatever because it's a balance. It's a balance because you need him to come across as being legit, but equally you still need it to be a case where he cheats. I mean, if he's not going to cheat, like, that's one of the big ways that you can get him across as a heel. I mean, that and him just laying into the crowd in his promos. Cheating is a big thing, isn't it? Days said Arsenal again. Make it stop. Did I say Arsenal? When did I say Arsenal? Did I say that that's what she's got in her arsenal or something like that? Great team, though, aren't they, Anna? Great team. Well, I think a lot of us are big supporters of what Arsenal... If I had to pick one team in London to support, it would definitely be Arsenal because they've got Saka, they've got Smith Rowe, they've got Odegaard, they've got Lacazette, they've got Lokonga, they've got Partey. And that's what this is. It's an Arsenal party. They got Pepe, they got White, we've got... Gabriel, we got Tomiyasu, we got Ramsdale, we got Lino, we got Martinelli, we got Tierney. There's wonderful quality in that Arsenal side. Absolutely brilliant. If you are trying to find a team to support, a London team to support, I don't think you could go wrong with Arsenal. Great team. Bull Nakano had some great matches with Alundra Blaze. Those matches with Alundra and Luna are some of my favourites women's matches. Can't forget Rob Holding. Rob Holding, you're absolutely right. I was just holding his name back. I wasn't trying to rob you of Rob Holding. But you're absolutely right. Rob Holding. Brilliant. Has Bayley ever won the Rumble? No, I don't believe she has. Hang on, Days. You called Sonny a perv, but you're addicted to your dong? That's a big statement. I'm all about big statements, and I stand by it. I stand by it. I'm not that. I don't go watching dirty movies like Sonny. Do you think someone like Sonya has the potential to be a single star if WWE ever lost Charlotte and they need a fresh new heel? Yes. Yes. I think she's a good promo. I think that her in-ring is fine, but the chemistry here just isn't right, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just a bit of too much of an ask for Sonya that hasn't wrestled that much recently. I don't know. The chemistry just hasn't been brilliant. But Sonya shouting out at the crowd like what you would see like Kevin Owens doing. Seen Kevin Owens do that loads of time where he's working someone over and he'll shout out to someone in the crowd. I think the pace just seems a little bit slow, to be honest, but it's picking up a bit now. Kick coming in by Naomi. Nice. Sonya goes down. But yeah, Sonya as an authority figure that abuses that position, sort of like a modern Stephanie McMahon. Doesn't hit the same, though, does it? Because it's not Sonya McMahon. And, Steph being the billion-dollar princess is... just allows you to invest in it being real a bit more. Naomi climbing up top. And this has took us from hour 1 to hour 2. Crossbody by Naomi. Shoulder up by Sonya. It's a proper match so far, though. Whether the quality of the match is not there or not, it's still a proper match. Michael Cole said he believes that kick, Inzaguri kick. Oh, lovely leg drop. That's a great leg drop. Shoulder up by Sonya. That was a nice leg drop. Have you seen that Hamzat has flown out to Thailand to train Toiga Muay Thai with Fiziev and Peter Yan in preparation for the Gilbert Burns? Fiziev is the head coach. I saw him grappling with someone out of Bellator. Oh, wow. Sonya just picked Naomi and hurled her into the corner. She went absolutely flying. And now Sonya... reversed! Oh, I thought that was reversed. Naomi gets shoulder up. Let's have a look at that move again. Well, there's that one where she gets thrown into the corner. I want to see this here. She picks her up. Yeah, I mean, that looks like she reversed it. That looks like Naomi reversed it into a DDT. She had Naomi up, and then all of a sudden they very quickly went down. And it looked like Sonya's head hit the mat. It looked like Naomi had reversed to a DDT, but... apparently not. Apparently it must be Sonya has her up in like a suplex position, vertical delayed suplex, and then slams her down. It's very, very close to that being a reverse DDT though. Wing clipper, rolls her over to good pin attempt there by Naomi. There's been some things in this match that you don't normally see for a go-home SmackDown. This is not bad at all, and this match is showing some stuff. That move has kind of got me intrigued a bit. And, look, she's grabbing and dragging Sonya. Poke her the eye. She pokes her in the eye. Sonya, whilst the ref wasn't looking, rolls up Naomi. Handful of tights. Kicks out. Kicks out. I thought that would be the finish. Naomi kicks out. The crowd are rubbish, by the way. The crowd are rubbish, but... Naomi chant, though. They're getting back into it. Nice. Rear view. Rear view, Naomi. Nice split leg moonsault. 1, 2, 3, and Naomi wins. Naomi wins. Not the best match, but it had moments. And Naomi wins. The officials done one, run away. Sonya is embarrassed. She loses. I mean, that can't be over. Naomi wins. Wow. That's a good win for Naomi. What's this going to lead to, though? Yeah. Such an interesting match, that, actually. Such an interesting match because it doesn't work in places, but it has some really nice moments. And I'm not sure too many of us were expecting a clean Naomi win. Look, she's like, I did it, and she's quite emotional. Why Sonya come back out again? It wasn't enough to stop the glow. She said, I'm going to shine through when I win the Royal Rumble match tomorrow. Don't slip on your tears. Don't slip on your tears. Or your kinky outfit. Luke, shout out to you, buddy, with a happy poop emoji. I think we're all little happy poops right now. With the Royal Rumble. Less than 24 hours away. Don't forget, we will be live. We will be doing the watch along this time tomorrow. Oh, here's Sonya. She's got a kinky jacket on. I can't let you go into the Rumble without a surprise. Because that's who I am. Sonya Deville has put herself into the Royal Rumble. Surprise! Sonya Deville is in the Rumble. So Naomi said, I'm excited. I'm going to win. And Sonya's like, girl. And she's put herself in. GM in the Rumble. Rob said she'll make her enter at number 1. That would have been brilliant. Here's the Usos. Seth freaking Rollins. Today's bad news. My dog is taken after Kia. No one should look at Kia and try and be like that. She's a fat dog. She's a disgrace. She's a disgrace to dogs everywhere. They announced Roman, and Roman has turned into 2 people with helmets on. Okay. This is the team that throw axes. This is the team that feast. This is the team that stink. So cut in line there by the Usos. Why is he talking like that? Why does everyone need weapons? Why does Drew need a sword? Why do the Viking Raiders need axes? What's going on? This is wrestling. It's not... Well, I don't understand. It's not Friday Night Cannibalism. Wrestling's gone very strange. Right, next we've got Sami Zayn in Zayn with Jinder Mahal and Shanky. Now they're threatening to kill the Usos. Call the cops. Call the cops. I love the Olympic coverage. Are you planning on doing any Olympic coverage next week? I do want to do the opening ceremony and a few of the finals, but we won't be able to do, unfortunately, what we did before. I said because of the football channel. So there's like a whole second channel that didn't even exist when we had the Summer Olympics. So it's just there's so much going on. Like, not only am I doing wrestling, but we've got football and UFC and there's loads happening. So yeah, we'll try and do some stuff, definitely. Viking Raiders carry axes to the ring to be with them and then do the raid thing and kill them. Yeah, it's a good point. They got their axes like this and they forget and they're like, raid! Oh. That's it. Well, that was the Viking Raiders. I'm sure Mattel are excited, though. As a Viking descendant, I hope people realise that actual Vikings never had horned helmets. Right, guys, we are 11 minutes late. But it is time for the halftime scores. So get in your halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. What are your thoughts about the show so far? Are you enjoying it? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you excited for the Rumble? Does that even make any difference to your score? I don't know. But get in your halftime score. Oh, also, I've been talking a lot about the McPlant. I had it yesterday. I had a McPlant. It is the McDonald's Beyond Burger that's here in the UK. I actually went, because we've got a new McDonald's that's opened up not far away. So went to it and got the McPlant. And it was nice. I would definitely have it again. I would happily have it instead of a hamburger or cheeseburger. It tasted a little flame grilled. The only problem with it was it's sort of like ordering a hamburger. Like, you don't get much of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, the patty is quite thin. And, like, I don't know how many people are going and ordering a hamburger from McDonald's. You tend to have, like, a Big Mac, don't you, or a quarter pounder or something a bit substantial. I kind of felt this McPlant. It tasted nice, had a bit of a flame-grilled kind of flavour to it. I tried some of the meat just on its own, and, well, it's not meat, is it? But, yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good. I'd recommend it. I'd definitely have it again. But, yeah, my only criticism was that it just was a bit small. And I was like, oh, I just feel like I'm eating a hamburger. So, we got 6.5, 6, 7, 6.5, 4, 4, 8, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 6.75. The McPlant is just a plant. They feed meat. 6, 4, 6.5. Dawn Knight said, the McPlant is okay. As someone that doesn't eat meat, there are better options, and I have tried a million things. Dizzle said it tasted of soy. Those Beyond or Impossible burgers aren't bad. 6.5, 6.5, 5.83. 6.5, 6.5. 625. Lots of sixes tonight. Feel like around the sixes is where people are. I used to order Big Mac without patties and put fries on the BAP. I still got charged for the patties. Right, we've got In Zane. Here we go then. In Zane segment. Sammy with Shanky and Jinder. Jinder. Thanks to Johnny, I almost ended up in the hospital, says Sammy. Oh, this is a live podcast. He's got a couple of microphones. It is set up like a podcast. Little table with a couple of microphones. Hmm. He's a good talker, Sammy. Sammy says, thank you for joining us tonight. Sammy said, this is so much better. This is so much better than the stunts. I don't want to hear Johnny Knoxville again. And the crowd start chanting Johnny. Mm-hmm. Smart people having smart conversations. I'd love to pick your brain about consumerism in a postmodern society. I'd love to hear Shanky talk about that as well, in all fairness. Panto crowd, yeah. Johnny Knoxville and Jackass are huge in India. Shanky says he loves that pretty potty. But yeah, even Sammy's like, you love the bungee porta potty. The crowd are all on their feet as something's happening in the entranceway. They're getting booed out the building. Ruth said, I like the McPlant, but is it really better considering what it takes to produce it from an environmental point of view? Don't know. I don't know what it takes. All I know is it doesn't have that meat, so what it takes to make it compared to what it takes to make a normal burger. I mean, I'd like to think that it is more environmentally friendly. It's the whole point of it, isn't it? Right, Boogs screams into the microphone. So Boogs is going to bring out Shinsuke. I'm sure this is going to lead to a tag. Can I just say, this has ruined his entrance music. Having Boogs doing this has ruined it. It hasn't made it better. Shinsuke's got some of the best entrance music. I don't even pay it any attention now because of Rick Boogs. You will go bonkers when Via shows up. Will you go bonkers? Well, whenever Via shows up, it's going to be very exciting. Rick Boobs. The crowd would have been half full if the Bills won last night. Right, so Nakamura in the ring with the Intercontinental Championship. Rick Boogs is playing his guitar. We've got Shanky, we've got Jinder, we've got Sammy. As I said, I'm sure this is building to a match. Okay, so Sammy is shouting at Shinsuke. Kick to the head there by Shinsuke. Oh, I'd love to see them two go at it again. WrestleMania, Shinsuke versus Sami Zayn. Tell them to go out there and have a match as good as that when they were in NXT. Defo. It's Nakamura and Boogs against Jinder and Shanky. Nakamura and Boogs versus Jinder and Shanky. Right, they got the advert for WWE 2K. Hasn't it been like 6 months or something since Shinsuke? I don't know when. I don't know how long it's been, to be honest. Certainly it feels like 6 months. Feels longer. Has a vegetarian ever won a Royal Rumble? I guarantee that is the first time you have ever been asked that question. That is the first time I've ever been asked that question. I don't actually know who's vegetarian, so I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, obviously the most famous one would be Daniel Bryan, who I think is vegan. But I honestly couldn't tell you as to, you know, does Bianca eat meat? I really don't know. So, I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to find that out without trying to get into the personal information for all the every Rumble winner. I would imagine that you could probably skip the first, like, the 90s. I'd be being a vegetarian just wasn't a massive thing in the 90s. It was around, but, God, nothing like now. A lot of people seem to be vegetarian or vegan now. Do you think Kevin Owens is going to turn on Seth at the Rumble? I think Kevin Owens versus Seth at WrestleMania. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that happening, yeah. What is your favourite fizzy drink or soda? Probably Coke Zero, if I had to have something. But I don't really drink that anymore now. I remember when I first started streaming, so when I moved back home, I didn't really know what to drink, because when I was at work, I would drink coffee when I was at work, and then lager when I was at home. I'd have like a beer when I was at home every night. So that's what I used to drink for years and years and years. Coffee in the day, beer at night. And I did that for years. But then when I moved back, I was like, well, I can't be having too much coffee because I need to watch how much caffeine I'm having. And I don't want to be drinking beers. I want to be like, that's something I would like to move away from. So I started drinking Coke with vanilla in. It was quite nice. It strangely tasted a little bit like a rum and Coke. The reason why I say that is because the rum I had, or used to have, was Captain Morgan's, and that had vanilla in it as well. So it definitely had a little rum and Coke kind of vibe to it. So I enjoyed that for a bit. And then I kind of went off that. I don't know why. I just sort of went off it, and then just got into Coke Zero. But I would say kind of late last year I went off that. Middle of last year I stopped drinking that, and now I just drink water. So I've just got bottles and bottles of water bottles around everywhere. So I just drink that now. So I'll have a coffee at some point in the day, and then just water. But I do have the occasional Tenzing as well, which is like a little energy drink thing. But don't know. Yeah, I'm just kind of really trying to be healthy. I'm only a part-time vegetarian. What happened to Tenzin? I still have some cans, but to be honest, I found these. I found that these came into my life. So these are Pro Plus. They're just caffeine tablets. Feel more awake. Pro Plus has been around for years, but I never had them. I've never took them in my life, but I started having them last year, and I like them. They're good. They're in a average cup of coffee, you get about 35 milligrams of caffeine. In a Tenzing, you get 35 milligrams of caffeine. In a Red Bull, you get 35 milligrams of caffeine. In one tablet of these, 50 milligrams of caffeine. You get more caffeine in one of these tablets than you do in a cup of coffee. So if you take one of those, it's better for you, makes you more awake than just a cup of coffee would. So these came into my life. So I got nothing against Tenzin. It's just that, do you sit there and drink liquid, or do you just take a tablet, take a pill? I mean, taking pills sounds bad, but they're just caffeine. That's all they are. They're just caffeine. So I really got into these. You have to be careful. You shouldn't have more than, I think, 200 milligrams of caffeine a day. 200 is fine. Any more than that, and it's not advisable. So you could have 4 of those a day, as long as you don't have a coffee as well. You could have 4 and you'd be fine. So they just came into my life now. So nothing. I ain't got no issue with Tenzin. I haven't really gone off it. Just started to take the Pro Plus now. Have you ever tried Captain Morgan's with cranberry? That's nice. I haven't. No. I've had normal and spiced. And the spiced one has got a bit of a vanilla vibe to it. 'Cause vanilla, I believe, is something they do add to the spiced. So Captain Morgan spiced and Coke is something that is a go-to for me. I mean, I'm quite happy to drink just normal Captain Morgan's. I'll drink anything, in all fairness. Well, I'll say anything. Whiskey, rum, I like those. Vodka, absolutely fine. Lager, IPAs, I love all of those. Rick Boogs screaming at Jinder. Jinder tags in Shanky. These two working together. Days, I know you hate Bad Bunny, but if he's in the Rumble, I do respect him coming back for a second year with a massive tour. Most celebs are there for a one-off payday, and they don't care. LSW said, who do you see being the Iron Man and Woman? Austin Theory and Bianca Belair. I think they would make the most sense. They're trying to get Austin Theory over. So Austin Theory would make a lot of sense. And Bianca is the EST, isn't she? So Boogs is looking for a pump handle here. He's looking for the pump handle. Is it a pump handle slam? Picks up Shanky, gets him up on his shoulder. It's impressive power by Boogs. And he plants Shanky. 1, 2, 3. And Shanky, the Indian giant, has been slayed by Rick Boogs. Boogs! So, Boogs with Shanky. Not bad. Not bad at all. Boogs on the outside of the ring with Shinsuke. Sammy is shouting some stuff from the entranceway. We got Kayla Braxton backstage. Kofi Kingston and Big E. Here's Kofi and Big E. Huh? How does it feel to have Big E officially back on SmackDown? When did that get announced? Was that announced? Big E is back on SmackDown. Oh, wow. Okay. This must be, as we said, this must be what they want to do with Big E now. Put him on the back burner, put him back with the New Day. Is that officially? Well, Kayla's just said it. How does it feel to have Big E officially back on SmackDown? Why? Has this been announced anywhere? Have I just missed it? Right, well, Big E in there with Kofi. Okay. I kind of feel like you could have done that in a storyline. Happy Corbin and... who is it? Happy Corbin and Madcap. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Like, this match is just straight after a tag team match that we've literally just seen. A Big E main event run is officially over. I hate that decision, says Anna. I guess they had to after the disaster WWE Championship run, says Shola. Why can't they say how he's back on SmackDown? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Kayla just absolutely out of nowhere just goes, how's it feel to have Big E officially back on SmackDown now? And Kofi's like, it's brilliant. Have they announced it? Nevertheless, the New Day are back in business. Wow, that means we can have Usos New Day match forever. Wildcard rule. No, she said officially back on SmackDown, so I don't think it's wildcard. I think is over on SmackDown. Have you got a favourite juice? Not really, bud. No, I suppose orange juice if I had to choose one. If I was out, I'd probably just go for orange juice. I don't really ever drink like blackcurrant juice or cranberry juice or anything. I'm not really a juice person. Although saying that, I have had some smoothies recently. Trying to get fruit. I don't eat fruit, and not because I don't like it. I just don't eat it. I mean, I have bananas when I'm streaming, like long streams. But by and large, yeah, I don't get enough fruit in my diet. So I've been drinking some smoothies. It's hard, you know, trying to do the right thing is hard, man. It's really difficult. Like trying to drink water and have enough fruit, like get you 5 a day and have veg and just trying to fit it all in. Like, it's really difficult. Totally understand. I mean, like, I just lived a life where I didn't even try. Do you know what I mean? I just lived a life where I was drinking beer and having takeaways. And that was not a bad life, let me tell you. But yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more health conscious now. Wrestle with Andy said, when was the last time we saw Big E before tonight? We saw him last week. Wasn't he on the outside of the ring last week? I'm sure he was. I think he was on the outside of the ring last week when Kofi was having a match. Because I remember last week we had Big E, Jeff Jarrett, Eric Bischoff. And there might have been someone else from Raw. Can't quite remember. But I remember there was a few people around, a few little surprises last week. Right, we've got the New Day in the ring. We've got 27 minutes to go. 27 minutes to go. Days, the only 5 a day you need, pal, is 5 football games on the trot on stream. That'll do. That'll do. Right, here comes Happy Corbin. So this is probably the last match we're going to get. And I'd imagine after this we'll then get the Seth Rollins Roman Reigns face-to-face. What is your favourite fruit? Oh, bananas, easy. Easy. Again, gives me energy. I look for that in the streams. Juventus have completed the Vlahovic signing for 66.6666. That's a great signing, that is. Really great signing. I heard that Fiorentina were very upset. The Fiorentina fans were very upset with him going to Juve, but it's a great signing. We're just seeing 4 weeks ago, Happy Corbin, Madcap working together to eliminate Drew. I hate bananas, says Austin. Do you think Brock will retain his championship? I think he stands a good chance of retaining. But I think he stands an equally good chance of losing the title thanks to the Usos and then going into the Rumble. So I'm leaning that way. Loses his belt thanks to the Usos, enters the Rumble, wins that. Right, we're just seeing Happy Corbin and Madcap backstage, and here they are in the ring as we're underway with Big E in there with Madcap Moss. Kinky Cross suspenders getting reused by Madcap. All we need is the Ember Cross skirt to turn up on someone. Lol. Well, you know, if you've bought them, you might as well use them. Surprised they haven't got someone coming out in the mask. Surprised Sonya didn't come out in the mask. She went full on S&M. I want Happy Corbin and Madcap to beat the New Day, says BBB Yipsy. Luis Diaz could be the next Jota. That's sad as a United fan, says Rue. As a United fan, a fellow United fan, I'm not too worried. I think there's plenty of players in the world, and you know, you miss out on a few, it doesn't matter. I think United need to get the manager right, and you can't do anything without getting the manager right. So rather than worrying about bringing in players and whatever, I think get the right manager and then give them money in the summer, and we'll see where we are next year. I don't think any United fan thinks we'll win the title next year, but it would be nice to be in the flipping race. So get the right manager, give them a war chest, and let's see what next season brings. Madcap in the ring. Single leg drop kick by Kofi. I told you a few months ago, Big E shouldn't have beaten Roman because he's just going to go back to the New Day. Big E actually felt like a big star, and now after time, he'll lose it. Tony said Paige has been cleared. Corbin needs to go to Raw, says Shaquem. Hammer Studios said if Brock beats Lashley, I bet Drew will challenge him next. If Brock beats Lashley, I bet Drew challenges him next. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if Brock does win, I don't know who his opponent would be at, like, in Saudi. Those suspenders are colourful. They are Hillbilly Jim style. Plenty of players, but we need a CDM before the summer. I don't know if we'll get one, to be honest, buds. We've had a whole window to get someone, and I'm be very surprised if we get anyone now. I'm not expecting United to get anyone. Again, I think they're probably just going to save the money for the summer. Paige is going to win tomorrow, says Tony. Corbin does feel more like a Raw superstar, says Shola. Big Boy Dally said, I've been busy the past month with work. It is glad to be back. James Chadwick said, Pro Wrestling Unlimited is claiming that Paige is cleared in a video from an hour ago. Days, if Big E is defo back on SmackDown for the foreseeable future, Do you think this could mean we could get Big E Roman at Mania? I mean, look, could we? Sure. There's nothing physically stopping it from happening. But the rumor has always been Brock Roman. So, I mean, there'd have to be a real change in that plan. And, but yeah, Big E, it could be Big E. I don't think it is. Who agrees Moss and Boogs feel like the same person? Yes, they do, in all fairness. They do. I think The Undertaker's going to win the Rumble, said JP Lit. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got 21 minutes to go. I think this has been my favourite show of the week, actually. I think if I was to rewatch any of the wrestling shows this week, I would choose this one. Definitely. So this has been my favourite. I think Sasha coming back was quite nice. I love Aliyah 317. Naomi and Sonya I thought was quite an interesting match. Had some real moments in it. It was a bit slow as well, so it was far from perfect, but I thought it was quite interesting. Big E, the announcement that Big E is now on SmackDown, I find that quite intriguing. I know it's only a little throwaway thing, but it does get you thinking. Like, wow, okay, so what does that mean now? So definitely nice to see the New Day, what I class as the proper New Day. Like, no disrespect to Xavier. He's as part of the New Day as anyone else, but for me, the best duo is Big E and Kofi. Big E. So, quite nice to see those two together. Just not really a match I care all that much about, but hey-ho. I can't think of someone who would face Bobby at WrestleMania if he does beat Brock. I would say AJ, but I think he's going to face Edge. Maybe you could do Bobby, Seth, and Kevin Owens in a triple threat. I'm not a fan of triple threat, so I would much rather do Seth, Kevin Owens, winner faces Bobby, but... Comes crashing down. Picked up. Ugh. Backbreaker by Corbin. Corbin going over. Tags in Madcap. According to Fightful, Leo has signed to a Universal Music Group. Hit row, hit row, hit row. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Madcap thought he had got the win. This show has had some moments for sure. It's been a great stream, said Hammer Studio. Shout out to you, dudes. Glad you enjoyed it. It's all about tomorrow, though, isn't it? It's all about tomorrow. Like, we've had some nice moments tonight. It's been an all right show. It's not amazing. Don't get me wrong. I don't think this is an amazing show or anything, but probably my favourite of the week. Big E has got Boogs. Midnight Hour connects by the New Day, and Big E gets the pin on Boogs. Is it Boogs? No, it's Madcap. That's how similar they are. You're absolutely right. How dare WWE put Madcap and Boogs so close together? They do. I completely agree with Harley. They do feel like the same. Oh, there we go. New Day win. New Day win. We got 17 minutes to go. And we got a video package for Brock. What is your favourite Rumble match of all time? Probably 92. I love 92. Everything about 92. I think it's just Hall of Fame filled match. The title was on the line. Bobby was incredible on commentary. Everything about 92 is brilliant. It's brilliant. And it's my era as well. I love late 80s, early 90s. I love it. So 92 is my favourite. But I do love it. There's a moment I absolutely love, and I can't remember the year. I've mentioned it before. Great Carly was in the ring and he was chopping away at people and knocking them down. And I remember Michael Cole was like, who can stop? Who can stop the Great Carly? And Carly is cleaning house and he's just chopping away at everyone. Everyone's going down. Number 30 counts down. And it's The Undertaker. And The Undertaker comes down. And it's just such a great flipping moment. Because I don't even think we knew Undertaker was in the Rumble, because it's not like we were like, okay, it's Undertaker next, it's Undertaker next. I don't think we knew who number 30 was. Undertaker, I think, was kept as a surprise. And, yeah, it's good, man. I love that moment. It's not a moment that ever gets spoken about, but I love it. Bruno Sammartino gets a mention. Yes! Yes! Bit of love for Bruno. Bruno! The living legend, Bruno Sammartino. Longest reigning WWE champion, and how great that his name's getting mentioned, because Roman's title reign is getting to the point where we're talking about some of those all-time longest title reigns. So great. Do you think we will see Jon Moxley return to WWE? Maybe. I don't rule out a Jon Moxley return. Definitely not tomorrow. He needs to be out of AEW before that happens. Or AEW by WWE. Or WWE by AEW, right? I don't see either of those last two happening for a long time, if ever. But never say never in wrestling. But so I would say it's more likely that Moxley finishes up with AEW and then goes back to have one last run in WWE. But he would have to be finished with AEW. Either that or AEW fall down the pecking order and get to where Impact are. Because Impact I don't think they're seen as a threat now. I don't think WWE really care about Impact. Hence why, they're reaching out and getting Mickie James. And they tried to get the Iconics and whatever. I still want Roman to take Bruno's record, said Wrestle with Andy. I don't mind Roman doing it. I would not care if Roman beat Bruno's records. Wouldn't mind that at all. I don't think the fans would go for it. Don't think they would go for it because, that's 7 years. If he can go 7 years and still keep it entertaining and engaging, he'd have to go down as... Would he go down as the greatest then? I really don't know. It really depends on how the business does. But a 7-year title reign, Hogan never did that. Stone Cold never did that. Rock never did that. Cena never did that. Bruno did, but it was a very different era, so yeah, don't know. I'm totally fine if it happens. What time does the Rumble start tomorrow, and what time are you streaming? So Rumble starts tomorrow at I think the kickoff show's 12 and the Rumble is 1 a.m. But that's UK time, so you have to take 5 hours off that. So I think it's 7 for the kickoff show, 8 for the start of the Rumble. We will be starting 6 Eastern, but I said this before, don't be surprised because I ain't doing anything all day. Don't be surprised if I'm just sitting around a bit bored and I'm like, I'm going to jump on and do the stream early. So every chance we start earlier than what is advertised. Kane is going to be on Talking Smack tomorrow, which is a great guest to have. When you think of the Royal Rumble, you think of Kane. So Kane on Talking Smack. Roman in the ring. I don't think that means Kane's in the Rumble, by the way. I think that at this point they're going to want those to be surprises. And I think by announcing Kane, what they've actually potentially done there is ruled Kane out as one of the potential surprises. I don't expect to see Kane. Seth making his way down. No Premier League tomorrow. No Premier League. It's got a weekend off. Seth in a purple suit, dancing away, dancing around. Big Time Baxter said, Days, I feel like Tony Khan hasn't got the mindset to know how to grow and expand AEW and take it to the next level. It feels they're in a small bubble and they can't burst out. I don't know, to be honest. I think that it would be very interesting if they got to a bigger network. We see SmackDown, when it goes to FS1, die an absolute death in the ratings. Doesn't matter who's on it. They die a death. I do think that a lot of the ratings are to do with what network you're on. So if they could get a deal with a major network, AEW would overnight become a massive problem. I mean, they're a problem now, but they would be a massive problem. And I don't think they'd have to change anything. Just keep building stars and trying to get people over and get people onto talk shows, get people out there and get them in front of casual fans and whatnot. But they're doing all right. They're around 1 million. Kansas City, acknowledge me. Great facials. Great facials from Roman. You think you're Patrick Mahomes now? I will acknowledge that last week I played you like a fiddle. So Seth is loving it. So he said it's going to be the way it should be, one-on-one. Or there was another option, Roman, which is where you punch the Usos and you actually got things your way. But you're too stupid! Seth said, you brought more shame to your family than anyone. Yeah, that is true. You're still living in the past, says Roman. The tribal chief equals God mode. The most famous Money in the Bank cash-in. When I stole your first WrestleMania moment. Sent you for your 30-day vacay? Was that a suspension? 30-day vacay? I don't remember that. Do you know, I do feel like Roman has been suspended, actually. Long time ago, though. Roman still has it. Seth thinks he's Prince. He does, yeah. This seems like the exact same promo battle as before. Okay, he says, you've got me to thank. I catapulted you to superstardom. You are the greatest superstar of our generation. What's Roman doing? Roman seems to be like working something out in his head. Can't wait to see what Roman's going to say. It really feels like he's working something out. He's kind of looking down. My brother, I will always love you. Come on, Roman, what are you going to say? Something's happening. Seth says, cat got your tongue. Seth's looking a bit... The mood has changed. Seth's get... Breaking up the Shield. I've tried to forgive you. But I'll never forgive you for what you did to us. I hate you. Roman says I hate you. You're a joke, your family's a joke, your title reign's a joke. Tomorrow it all goes up in smoke. Look, he's cackling and dancing in front of Roman. Roman pushes Seth. Seth's gone full on Joker here. This is like flipping Batman Joker. That's what I feel like I'm watching. Went for a Superman. Seth knew it was coming. He ducked. Roman getting cheers. Well, the fans don't know who to cheer. Roman's coming across more like a Batman figure, as I said, and Seth coming across like a Joker. They're acting like a divorced couple. Maybe Judge Judy should be the special guest referee tomorrow night. That was awesome, said Jilly. Seth is so good. This is perfect, said Let Him In. This is the best work of Seth's career, says Brent. Excellence of execution, says really good. Dave said, is anyone looking forward to tomorrow's premium live event? Did Roman forget his lines? It sort of came across that. Do you know what? It actually looks like he had maybe a bit of something in his eye or something. Like, afterwards, like, it was just for a second trying to, like, do something with his eye. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if it was, like, a dramatic pause where he's, like, reliving things. It might have been a case that he was, like, thinking about the Shield breaking up, and it might have been where he's, like, reliving those memories. And that's why he turned around and went, you know, he thought it all through, and he's like, I hate you and whatever for what you did to us. So it could be that. Or it could be that he, you know, something went in his eye or distracted him, or I don't know. That segment is really good, but it's weighed down by the problem of the feud. And the problem of the feud for me is that it's heel versus heel. You just don't know who you're cheering for. I mean, but that's been the problem all throughout. I mean, nothing's changed with that. But it was a very good segment. And it was a good show. I say a good show. I don't know if it was a good show, but it was, for me, the best show of the week. And really not bad for a go home. Really, really not bad for a go home at all. Right, let's try and get a poll on screen. We'll see what people thought. Rampage is just about to begin. What did you think of WWE Smackdown? Did you score it? Oh. Did you score it 8 to 10? Did you score it 7 to 7, 5, 7, 5? Did you score it? Oh, jeez. Jeez whiz. I messed up. And poll. Did anyone vote? Or did I get it before anyone got to vote? What? One vote. Someone voted. What did you score WWE Smackdown? 8 to 10. 7 to 7, 5. 6 to 6, 7, 5. 5, 7, 5, or below. There we go. Right. Get that out there whilst we change this over to a dub. More people have been announced for the Rumble, including Ricochet, Nakamura, and Boogs. Roman came across as a face. Let's get this changed over. Boom. I'm glad SmackDown didn't announce too many more Rumble people. That's 7 show for me. Hammer said 7. Rye said 639. People getting in there. Scores as, yo, listen. The Acclaimed is going to knock you out. I don't know who he said. Someone called. They said, watch your mouth. Very good. Because he had some bad language, didn't he, the other day? And I don't know about you, but I actually, once I heard it, I cried myself to sleep. John Moxley versus Mr. Acclaimed. And there we go. There's a sign in the crowd that says, Bully Ray sucks. Yo, listen. Did you see AEW got 1.1? Tony has found out that Big Bang Theory that is on just before Dynamite averages 1.7. Sammy and Cody started the show, did a 1.3. And it overall got 1.1. That's not bad, is it? I mean, since they've moved to TBS, there has been a bump in ratings. TNT, they kind of fell to about the 900,000 mark, 850. But it wasn't this consistent that they were doing 1 million or 1.1. So since moving to TBS, they've definitely stepped up to that kind of area. They have to see if they can maintain it. Did Roman get emotional? Says Austin316. Did Roman get emotional? I don't think he got emotional. I think he just was... I think he was thinking about the journey he'd been on with Seth. I don't think... I don't know that emotional is the right word, but he definitely, I think, was thinking about the journey. And that's when he came to the conclusion that he hates... Why did Moxley just put his hands up, and why did the ref hold his hand up as he won? What was that? I was just chatting away, and I looked down, and Aubrey's got Moxley's hand in the air, like announcing him as the winner, but the match appears to be continuing. I don't think that match finished, did it? It's what the hell was Aubrey doing? Wiggles Floor, shout out to you. Roman's facial expressions was top tier. He's great when it comes to that, but I wish his mic delivery was a little bit better. Moxley raised her hand. Oh. What, he grabbed Aubrey's hand and put it in the air. Well, anyway, we're back in there. I got some work, take care. Right, shout out to you. I think Tony acknowledged the viewers' Big Bang Theory gets, and that's why he didn't give Sammy and Cody entrances and started off with a ladder match. Ah. Well, I mean, it's interesting if there's potential for AEW to get to about 1.7 for their open at least. I mean, that would definitely help their average. And if they're already at 1.3... perhaps it would do him well to get some people from Big Bang Theory to open the show or something. See if he could get some of them Big Bang fans to move over to Dynamite and check it out if some of them haven't been watching. Moxley in the ring, slams down. It's Bowens that's in there. What channel is AEW on now? AEW is on Fight TV. Moxley going against the ropes. Caster grabs him. Forearm smash by Bowens. I love how they're sneakily mentioning Moxley during the Seth Roman feud. Like when Roman said, "I will never forgive what you did to us." I see a lot of love for Cody Sammy match, but I thought it was okay. I thought it was rubbish. I thought it was rubbish. Well, I gave it about 2.5. I said before, I think if you're into that kind of thing, then you're going to overlook the fact that it was just spot after spot after spot. I think if you're into AEW and you're into Cody, you're into Sammy, and I don't know, perhaps you're into spot wrestling, and you're just into spot after spot after spot, then that's why it was getting the love that it gets, but it certainly wasn't to my taste. Still to come, we've got Jade Cargill taking on Julia Hart. That's on the show tonight. The AEW World Tag Team Championship's going to be on the line. It's going to be Private Party taking on Jurassic Express. Moxley getting thrown into the ring post. I think that was by Caster whilst Aubrey's back was turned. Bowens goes out the ring. Climbing up top. Moxley up on his feet, jumps up on the edge of the ring, and big strike. Jumps back down, goes around the other sides, climbs up top. Back rake by Moxley. Why doesn't Bowen just let... I don't... Why... Drop kick. Drop kick by Bowen. It's going to be a superplex. And it is a superplex by Bowen. 1, 2. Kick out. I agree. Not to my taste. However, the cutter from the ladder was timed to perfection, says Rue. Total of 25 participants been announced for the Royal Rumble match, says Reigns. Moxley down. Days, just out of curiosity, how does a company like AEW ever go under? Is it possible in this day and age? Oh, it's definitely possible. Of course it's possible. I mean, it would be if they were losing and Tony got to the point where he didn't want to keep bankrolling it. If it's losing money, you see, this is why when people say, oh, AEW got loads of money because Tony's got loads of money, there's truth to that, of course. I mean, he is rich. But how much does he want it to lose? Like, what? Everyone's got a point that they're, you know, if it loses a few million, I'm sure he's fine with that. If it's losing 10 million, is he fine with that? 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million? I don't know. I don't know where his line is. How much is he prepared to lose? I mean, he could be taking a loss, and from what I've heard, they are taking a loss in hope of, okay, well, I'll bring in Punk, I'll bring in Bryan Danielson, I'll bring in Moxley, I'll bring in these people, and, you know, we'll turn it around. Like, you know, they'll get them established. We got the video game coming out. We got the figures. Where else can I get revenue? Right, we've just signed with Upper Deck. We're going to move to TBS. Like, if we can strike a bigger TV deal, I'm sure he's constantly talking to the TV companies, because that's the big income, isn't it? If you can sign a sweet deal, then with, like, you know, your TV contract, whatever, that's going to be a big source of income. But not focused mainly on AEW at the moment, but any company. If you're losing year after year after year and you just don't want to keep bankrolling it, then you'd put it up for sale, wouldn't you? Or you'd wind the company down. That's how you'd go under. I don't think AEW, I don't believe that will happen to AEW. I don't think AEW is going to be making that big of a loss, to be honest. I think that, you know, they'll have their costs covered by and large, I think. I don't think they're losing 10 million or anything. And they've got a very dedicated fan base. I'm sure, you know, when the next TV deal comes round, they'll make some money, decent amount of money. Might even start turning a profit or whatever, so. No, I think AEW will be fine. But it is definitely possible to lose money. Back elbows coming in by Moxley. I'll see you tomorrow, Anna. See you tomorrow. Rue said, how likely is it this ends with WWE buying AEW? Really don't know, to be honest. I don't know that would happen because basically WCW went bust. You know, they ran out of money. They were getting backed by Ted Turner. As soon as Turner Network was bought out, the new company didn't want to keep wrestling on TV, and that they were done. That was it. And so WWE could then move in and acquire WCW. I don't think that will happen here. I think it would be over Tony Khan's body that he would want to see this go to WWE. I think that is the absolute opposite to what he would want. I don't see them going like... I think he's got money to keep them going. And if a TV company doesn't want them, he'll just try and go to a different TV company, TV network. And if no TV network will take him, maybe he goes to Amazon. Maybe he goes to Disney Plus. Like, there's so many options now. There's so many streaming services that it's not like in the 90s when WCW went out of like business. I don't know how many options were on the table for them. Seemingly very, very few. But it's not that way now, so I don't know how this ends, to be honest. I suppose I can see them just both coexisting like Impact is now. You know, TNA and Impact. TNA into Impact, they're just there, aren't they? I can see AEW maybe just being there. Moxley grabbing Bowens. Looks like it's going to be the beginning of the end. Paradigm shift and a pin. And that is it. Moxley wins. With the pandemic dragging on, it's difficult to know how companies are going to make it and which ones will close, including AEW, says John. Delmar said it's quite shocking. Warner Media only pays $45 million a year for AEW. WWE is making $410 between Fox and the USA Network. And, of course, all that money they get from Peacock. Didn't they get $1 billion from Peacock or something? Bryan Danielson watching on backstage. Bryan Danielson stares at the camera and smiles. Moxley wins. Seth inside Roman's head, making it seem like this is some sort of joke, laughing at Roman, making Roman angry. This is supposed to be a serious first person to make Roman speechless. 100% Joker Batman. I was hoping Jon Moxley was going to come out. Right, coming up next, we've got FTR in action. So we've got about 44 minutes to go. And coming up next, we got FTR. Don't forget, we're getting ever closer all the time towards the Royal Rumble. If you haven't already, jump over onto that Rumble stream. Leave a like. We're desperately going to try and get that to about 1,000 likes. So any likes we can get before then is going to be massively appreciated. But yeah, I'd love to get that to about 1,000 likes. It's such a big, big stream. Scheduled to start at 6 Eastern, our stream. I think the kickoff show starts at 7 and the Rumble starts at 8 Eastern. But there's every chance we start even before that, as we said. I'm feeling like we will as well. James said, Impact deserves more respect than it gets. It's only people that don't watch it that hate on it. Ruse said, so you don't think WWE will buy AEW, but do you think AEW WWE would do a crossover? Would you have loved Jeff Hardy, Edge versus Christian and Matt Hardy? Do I think there'll be a crossover? No. WWE don't do crossovers. Vince is very set in his ways. He worked with New Japan when he wanted to get into Japan and get a presence in Japan. But that relationship went very sour because I don't think New Japan felt like they were getting a good end of that deal. But that was back in like the 80s. And then New Japan worked with WCW because they were so upset with WWE. They worked with ECW a little bit and they worked with NWA a little bit, WWE. But they did that because they wanted to bring in some people to try and battle the New Japan WCW thing that was happening. By and large, WWE just do not go and work with other companies. And if they do, they're going to be smaller companies and it's going to be in their interest. if MLW weren't suing WWE right now, I could see them working together. But it would only be at the NXT level. It would only be like NXT versus MLW. And they would only do that so that they could attract AEW fans. In fact, that's something that I heard was being worked on. Was MLW apparently going to do something with WWE. Seemingly not now. And obviously it's all broken down and they're suing them and everything. So it's really broken down. But I do not see AEW and WWE working together, no. Never. You can't ever say never. But I just don't... What's in it for WWE? I mean, WWE are the absolute top. You know, they are the kings of the mountains. They've got more viewers. They've got a bigger fan base. They've got a bigger reach. They've established themselves since the 1960s. What do they need from AEW? I mean, you can say, like, the AEW fans or whatever, but WWE don't want those fans. If they wanted those fans, they'd put on something to attract those fans. They don't want those fans. They cater for a different market. They're trying to cater for families. They're trying to cater for kids. They're trying to, please everyone. And the end result is you can't please everyone. WWE tries by giving you some decent matches, by giving you Roman and some good stories. But then also they'll give you silliness. And that's for the kids. Alexa, it's for the kids. Nikki ASH, it's for the kids. Miz TV, Hey Hey Ho Ho, it's all for the kids. So they're trying to, cater to everyone. And sometimes when you do that, you end up catering to no one. So it's just not in their benefit to work with AEW. All they'd be doing is giving AEW what AEW wants, which is a bigger platform. Rue said, thanks for the great stream. I appreciate the support, dude. Glad you enjoyed it. Last question, because it's late in Ireland. If the stars aligned, how would you book Conor McGregor in WWE? I think you'd have to have... I think size is really important. I don't know that Conor and Roman... I don't know if that would be the right way forwards. I mean, Roman's the biggest star. Conor and Brock is 1,000% not the right way forwards. Conor and Roman is a bit tricky. What you would want is really, you would want someone in WWE that was a massive heel, that was a bully, that was wiping out all the baby faces, and the baby faces were like losing hope. That's what you would need. You would need someone, and I don't know who it would be, but you would need someone that would... I'm thinking like heel Seth, for example. Heel Seth, really great heel though, bullying baby faces. I don't even think Seth has got the ability to be that kind of a heel. You want someone like Volta. You want someone like Gunter, but smaller and a nasty heel. You want a really nasty heel. And then you have them... MJF. That's what you want. You want MJF. You want MJF on Raw, healing it up, trash-talking the crowds, having people do his business for him, like beating up all of the faces, dominating the brand. MJF, it could get down. You could even get down to a Rumble where it's literally just down to MJF's couple of henchmen. Say it's, I don't know, J&J Security or something, whatever. And the only two people left in the Rumble are J&J Security. And the clock's counting down for number 30. And whoever's about to come out is literally the last hope. Because whoever wins the Rumble will challenge MJF. And MJF can have WrestleMania off, basically. MJF, whoever wins the Rumble, challenges MJF. MJF has put his J&J Security in. He wants one of them to win, because whoever wins, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins, they're going to challenge MJF. And basically, they're not going to show up for WrestleMania. None of them are going to show up. It's all a big plan. Forget it. they've eliminated all the faces. It all comes down to who's number 30. We're all wondering who number 30 is. Hopefully it hasn't leaked. And then some music hits that you don't recognise. And everyone's looking at the screen. You haven't got a clue who the flip it is. It's not a returning legend. It's not a superstar you recognise. And then flipping Conor McGregor's name appears on screen. Conor McGregor walks out. The place goes banana! It goes banana! Conor McGregor comes down. And you've just got like the J&J security in the ring looking at each other. Conor McGregor just making his way down, all pumped and fired up. The place going absolutely apoplectic. And all of a sudden, then it's done, innit? Conor McGregor, MJF, or someone like MJF. I know MJF's not in WWE, but you need a heel that just gets under people's skin that you really flipping hate. MJF's great at that. He is really great at that. And the fact he doesn't even get his dirty work done, he's got people that do it for him. Very similar to AEW with how he's got Wardlow and he's got Shawn Spears and they do the dirty work for him. I'd love that. That would be really, really cool. I wouldn't have him in there with Roman. I mean, you'd obviously get to Roman eventually, but I just think the size would be a little bit of an issue because Conor's actually quite small. I don't think people don't really realise how small he is. But yeah, I'd love that. And the crowd goes wild. I mean, coming out number 30 in the Rumble is a bit cliche, I understand. It's maybe not the most exciting booking in the world, but that moment would be exciting. That moment would be exciting. And certainly if there'd been months of the baby faces trying and failing and they just couldn't, no one could do anything. No, who is going to be the one that's going to stop MJF or whatever? Like, he's about to have WrestleMania off. You're about to not have a WWE Championship match at WrestleMania. There's nothing the authorities can do because they've agreed with MJF that if one of J&J Security win, he can have WrestleMania off. Like, that's an agreement you could even have. And you could have Adam Pearce say it before the Rumble. So we're all watching knowing that whoever 30 is our last hope. This is it. It's now or never because one of J&J Security is about to win the Rumble. That's going to be awful for the Rumble. That's going to be awful for the Rumble. It's going to be awful for WrestleMania. And you're just watching and that. I like the idea. It reminds me of AJ Styles. Because you might remember Roman was in the ring when AJ debuted. And AJ's music hit and never heard it before. And I remember, like, they looked at the crowd. You saw Roman. Roman was like, who's this? And then, like, Phenomenal came up on the screen. And the crowd knew then. And they went crazy. And not long after, you see AJ walk out with his like, thinking, oh, man. That is one of the greatest Rumble moments of all time. That Rumble moment is so flipping good. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I just wish they'd shot it better, that's all. There's too many, they're on Roman's face for too long. Like, Roman looks and is like... And when they do finally cut over, the crowd have realised who it is, and you see AJ walking out. Like, I just feel like the editing's wrong. But the moment itself is amazing. An MMA fighter that could debut in wrestling. How about Chris Cyborg? She'd be cool. I don't think she ever quite got to the level of Ronda because Ronda's a bit cuter. I know that's, maybe not the best thing to say, but it is true. Like, Ronda got into movies. She was on the front of Sports Illustrated. Her looks certainly did not hurt her. Cyborg, I don't think was ever, like, seen that way. And plus also Cyborg never won the championship, I don't believe, in UFC. She came over to UFC, but lost to Amanda Nunes. But she is amazing. Cyborg's still one of the biggest names in the history of women's MMA. She would be very, very credible. And I think it would be quite exciting for the fans. Yeah, I think the fans would love it. The fans would definitely... react to it, or certainly the MMA fans would. There is an alternative angle on YouTube, said List of Jericho. I'll have to check that out. Of course, we know how big Conor is. He fought at 155, 145, and 170. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people here, though, that watch UFC as well. So, certainly if you watch UFC, then you would know. But I think for those that don't and have just heard about Conor, they might even have seen a picture of Conor, but they might not be able to, like, picture him in relation to, well, what would he look like in there? But actually, if he went into a WWE ring, he'd actually be quite small. So, yeah, I mean, look, he did. He competed at 145, 155. You know, you think about that. I mean, if you're small in WWE, you go in 205 live. Conor's 145, 155, 170. He's well under 205. Well under. So, yeah, he would be on the smaller side. Lost to Amanda Nunes in 51 seconds in the first round. Crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. That was one of the big fights that really established Nunes, because Nunes beat Ronda Rousey, and that was massive. But Rousey had already lost to Holly Holm. So it was massive. And people thought that Rousey had maybe taken Holly Holm for granted. So didn't quite know, but I'd have to double check it. I can't remember who went in as favourite. I'd have to double check it. It was probably quite close. I would feel like Nunes might have gone in as favourite, though. But either way, she beats her. She beats Rousey. And, yeah, I mean, like, beating Cyborg, that was a massive thing and the way she did it, as you said. These are the fights that established Amanda Nunes as the Lady Goat. These are the fights that really put her where, you know, she's held now. And that is as arguably the greatest. You have to say arguably now, because that loss to Juliana Pena is a big loss. It's a big loss, because all of a sudden now is Shevchenko the Lady Goat. But that's UFC MMA. How on earth have Lee and Brock survived this long? It is quite a long little match, this one. And Cash getting his foot on the rope. Austin said, I really don't care for this match. Brock is on fire. Have you ever thought about doing a live phone-in after pay-per-views? Would be great to hear, chatting to fans if that is possible. It's sort of crossed my mind. To be honest, there's not been... I don't know how you would do it. I don't really know like how you would set up that kind of live call-in thing. I mean, I suppose Zoom is an option, but that seems a bit messy. The other thing as well is I suppose there would be a bit of a concern what with it being live of... You know, there's people that are regulars in the community that I would trust to, you know, not be swearing or saying anything that would, like, really offend. Do you know what I mean? Like, going off on, like, I don't know, yeah, people could say anything. That kind of, I suppose, degree of not, you know, I'm obviously always answerable for everything that I say. And I would be answerable, of course, for what other people said, because, you know, if someone was offended by what the call-in person said, it still reflects on the channel. So I think there'd be definitely positives to that, but I could see some negatives to it as well. What I tend to do is I do video submissions, so if people have got thoughts, and I would really encourage it, actually, for next week, any thoughts you've got about the Rumble, put it in a video. Send it over, just like 30 seconds, minute, whatever. Send it over to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. And then there's a really good chance it will get played on the Wrestling Escape Pods. Do a podcast every Tuesday and really trying to get more and more people involved in sending in their thoughts, questions, suggestions, all that kind of stuff. The advantage, what with it being recorded, though, is it means I can vet it first, if you will. I can make sure it's all fine first. So I tend to go through those that get sent through, watch them, and then, as I said, they get played on a Tuesday. So right now, I'm probably most comfortable with doing that. But definitely never say never. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could get to the point where people that have been with the community for a long time that I know and trust, maybe they could be invited to come on and share their thoughts. And then if something happens, well, you lose that privilege. I would have to just apologise and say that person's now lost the privilege. And, I don't think people in the community would abuse that. Not people that are with us week in, week out, But I don't see me ever getting to the point where I would just invite any random person to come on and share their thoughts, Not because I wouldn't want to hear it. I absolutely do. I don't mind that at all. And as I said, I'd welcome everyone to send in a video for the Wrestling Escape Pod. I wouldn't feel comfortable with it airing live. But then saying that, look, radio stations do it. Radio stations have to run that kind of risk, if you will. And if that happens, they just cut them off and apologise. So, I don't know. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. But it's that is my honest answer. That's where my concern would be. James said that would 1,000,000% rule me out because I swear too much, and you probably shout even more as well, don't you? So, we'd all have to turn our volume down if James Chadwick was coming on. Austin said, do you remember when you had community members send in videos after WrestleMania of their thoughts about the show? Would you think about doing that again? Well, yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I would just run it through the Wrestling Escape Pods. I feel like that's what it's... I don't want to say that's what it's there for, but it's sort of, in my mind, that's its... The Wrestling Escape Pod, I absolutely love, and we have so much fun on it, but it's very hard to explain to someone what it actually is, because I can't say we talk wrestling, because we haven't been. We've just been going wherever the conversation has been going. So it's very hard to, invite new people to join the Wrestling Escape Pod, because what do you say it is? I mean, a mess. What is it? It's a mess. But it's a funny mess. Whereas now, I think if I say to people, send in your videos, we'll talk about them, we'll answer questions, but we do have fun as well. We will always go wherever the conversation goes. I mean, I think that would be a nice way, because the pod definitely needs to grow. It deserves to grow. I love it. It's one of the best things I do. I absolutely love it. And it deserves to, be growing. Because the concern is that if it just, stays with the people that join us, then it could get to the point where actually the audience declines. So it's kind of nice to find ways of making the pod a bit more relevant. So I think rather than doing that on this channel and doing a separate video for this channel, I would really just encourage more and more people to email through videos for Tuesday, and then make the pods the destination, if you will. Make the Wrestling Escape Pods where people can get their points across. I wish Rampage would change the break music. Yes. We are at commercial break. I have been keeping an eye on the matches. There's nothing disastrous. It's fine. It's fine. We got 2 matches to go. We got Jude. We got Jude. We got Jade Cargill. Is this Serena Deeb? Is this DB? Debo? DB. Look at that. Yes. Queen. The Queen. Look at the smile on the face of the Queen. Dangerous. She's a heel. The only problem is all the champions are flipping heels. Julia Hart acting different now. She gives her jacket to Griff Garrison and walks away. We're seeing all the way back to early December when Malachi That was bad. It's like Julia Hart knew, okay, as soon as he spits in your face, you've got to scream. Just like, okay, here we go. And then she's been acting normal, and now she's starting to turn a bit heelish. So, Julia sure to be joining the House of Black, or I don't know if joining the House of Black, but certainly turning heel. Don't think this will go too long. We've still got a tag team title match to come. We've only got 20 minutes to go. I could see this being a Julie Hart win by squash. I think she's going to absolutely destroy Jade Cargill here. She's going to mess her up. Jade Cargill is going to have to get carried out on a stretcher after Julia Hart finishes with her. It's going to be a mess. It's going to take the internet by storm. Cheerleader pirate Julia Hart. Jade's theme. Jade's theme fits her perfectly. Days since you said you didn't have an idea, what about a Rumble recap stream? Ooh. Don't mind it. We tend to do a bit of a Rumble recap after... maybe I'll put it up as an option. Maybe I'll put it on Twitter as an option. I was thinking of doing like a retro Rumble watch-along, but to be honest, we've done a few of those, and... I don't know. I don't really mind. I have no problem doing a Rumble recap where we just like. Do you know? I mean, like that wouldn't be the worst idea. And then maybe people could send in their thoughts on Saturday, and then maybe for the Rumble I play it on Sunday. I don't mind that. I really don't mind that. Backbreaker by Jade Cargill on Julia Hart. Rob said, I can't see TBS anymore on the title. I just see HOS. What if Forrest Gump's email password was OneForest1? Nice. Jade doing some push-ups. Very nice. 5. We've got some sit-ups now by Jade. It's great. Kip up. Roll up by Julia. Oh. Clothesline. I just heard the dog bark, so I do need to go and let the dog in, but I feel like this match is about to end. I don't feel like this match is going to be that long. Duck underneath. Kick to the back. Kick coming in. Jade Cargill goes back to the corner. Cartwheel. Collides into Jade Cargill. That will be alright. Oh, here we go. This is surely the beginning of the end. Look, she's got Julia up. Julia gets planted. No, reversed. 1, 2. Jade Cargill in position. Charges over. Big boot. Julia Hart goes down. Griff Garrison looking really shocked. As soon as this is done, I need to just go and let the dog in. She's got her up, and this is going to be the beginning of the end. Plants her down. Turns her over. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Jade Cargill wins. I will be back in a second. Apologies. She was actually wet. It had been raining. So, that was a nightmare. Right, we have got the main event coming up now. And it is going to be Private Party against Jurassic Express. MJF and CM Punk on Wednesday. Malachi and Brody King going to be in action. Mercedes Martinez against Thunder Rosa next week. That'll be great. Looking forward to that. Ricky Starks against Jay Lethal. And they're not calling them Jurassic Express anymore. Look, Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Versus Private Party with Matt Hardy. Oh my god, is that Private Party? That is Private Party. Bring Kia to the stream. She's too fat. Plus also we're downstairs and she can't get downstairs. She legit has... I think she might have been down here once. But she can't come down here. She can't get down the stairs. They're a bit steep for her. And I ain't picking her up. She's 51 kilograms. Do you know what I mean? I ain't Superman. Fat dog. Are you streaming the Super Bowl, says Rob. Yes, I do want to do the final, the Super Bowl. I mean, that is the final, isn't it, I think? I don't think it's like the Super Bowl semi-finals or anything. I think it's just the last match, isn't it? Is it the AFL? No, I don't know. Yeah, and you can get some of that amazing football insight during that stream. But we did it last year, and it was a lot of fun. I really want to see that halftime show as well, so yeah, we'll be doing it. James said, I can see something happening on Wednesday, and we don't get MJF versus Punk. Everything came out okay, says Marty. Marty, shout out to you. TNT title was defended on Wednesday on TBS. And now the TBS women's title is being defended on TNT. Super Bowl is the final. That's it. AFC, NFC. That's it. Right, we are up and running. We've got, about 12 minutes? Shame she couldn't have waited, isn't it? Shame she couldn't have just waited for us to finish the stream. We're only 12 minutes from the end. Super Bowl will be fun. Jungle Boy called themselves Jurassic Express. Rob said, I'm a 49ers fan. Hopefully my team will be in it. Hammer said, how long has Kia been out in the rain? To be honest, she's been out all night, but she loves it outside. Loves it. She is a dog. If she could spend her life outside, she would. She just loves sleeping outside, having a little snoop around. We got a nice sized garden, you see. So she loves being out there. We've got a hedge all along, down there. So I don't know if there's little animals that live in there that come out at night, but she always seems to be either asleep or over by that hedge, keeping herself occupied. I think she just gets bored in the house. It's not like for us, is it? There's not really the smells or... I don't know. Just she loves being outside. But in all fairness, she's very good because the front door is about there. You can't get to it from here, but you can hear it. So I can hear her when she's at the front door. So she wouldn't have been out there for long. As soon as it started raining, she'll be like, oh, can't be bothered to move. And then it'll get to a point where she's like, I better go in. I better go in. So she was a bit wet, but no, it's not as if she'd been out there for hours and hours and hours, in the cold and in the rain and suffering. Because all she got to do is come to the door and bark, and then she knows someone will let her in. Matt Hardy on the outside. Jungle Boy tag Luchasaurus. It's the best tag I've ever seen. Rue said, are you from the north or the south? I can't tell. I'm actually from the Midlands. So I'm from the middle. We don't class ourselves as north or south. It's funny, there is like a north-south divide. People are like, oh, I'm northern, I'm southern. And then you've just got a bunch of us in the middle going, we're from the Midlands. So, yeah, I'm from like Birmingham, Stourbridge way. Luchasaurus is down. We can't trust our husky dogs outside unless they're on a lead, said Alex. When my two dogs went inside, they bark and scratch the doors and make a lot of noise. Have you got wild creatures in the backyard? Well, there's creatures all around, to be honest. I mean, I've seen a dead fox down the road. I think it was some point last year, maybe. So we have foxes around at night. There's sheep in a field all over there. Sometimes it's cows, sometimes it's sheep. I know we have foxes. I've seen hedgehogs and rabbits in the hedges. I'm sure there's mice and rats around. I don't want to think about mice and rats, but I'm in the countryside. There's going to be mice and rats. We got moles. we keep getting like moles. We have a pest guy that comes round, and he tries to deal with anything like that. I haven't heard that he's found anything, but yeah, I've seen rabbits. I've seen hedgehogs. I know there's foxes. There's sheep over there. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of stuff about. My mom can get a bit nervous, what with Keir being out and foxes being around. But to be honest, she's so flipping big, they ain't going to go anywhere near her. I can't stress it enough. She's 51 kilograms. She's meant to be 39 kilograms. She's a German Shepherd and a big fat one at that. Luchasaurus is being controlled at the moment. Dogs kill foxes. What about wolves? I am not aware of any wolves. That is something I've never actually thought about. I don't know if the UK get wild wolves. We don't really have... I don't think we have, like, too many crazy wild animals in the UK. Wild wolves. There are no wild wolves in England. Although they are alive in Britain. Wolves like to remain in woodland. So there's no wild wolves. To the outsides. How do you know you got moles? Did you see them? Foxes don't attack pets apart from kittens. I haven't seen the moles, no, but we've seen the holes in the garden. So there's like mounds of dirt that have appeared as, you know, something's digging up and it's moles. Right, Private Party charging over, trying to collide into Luchasaurus. Luchasaurus moves out the way, clothesline. Jungle Boy in the ring. Luchasaurus jumps in, is crawling his way over. Cassidy is in there. Luchasaurus trying to make the tag. He's got one Private Party member grabbing one leg. He's now got the other Private Party member grabbing the other leg. He's trying to make the tag. Private Party were grabbing hold of his legs. They do manage to pull him back. Double clothesline. Jungle Boy is tagged in. Back elbows by Jungle Boy. Scoop slam. Jungle Boy going against the ropes. Big kick. Clothesline. Up, over the top, to the outside. Are you excited for the Rumble, Austin? Asks David. I've now added up the times on the videos for Wrestling Days, Football Days, WEP. The separate times are 77,600 hours, 103,000 minutes, and 262 seconds. Is that true? So, hang on, I'm going to take a picture of that because I will not remember those numbers. That's amazing, Alex. But my question is, so does that mean it's 7,600 hours or 103? Because what is 103,000 minutes? Let's have a look. 103,000 minutes divided by 60. That's only 1,716 hours. So I'm guessing that it's 7,600 hours plus 1,700 hours. So we're coming up to 10,000 hours, are we saying? We're basically coming up to 10,000 hours of streaming. Jesus, that's not normal. Divide by 60. Divide by 60. 73 hours in the... Jeez, I need to write all that down. Kick out. Alex, that's amazing, bud. That must have taken you absolutely forever to have worked all that out. I think the seconds is what? 73 hours. 7,000, what was it? 7,300? 7,600. 1,700. Uh, 9,373 hours. 9,373 hours. So what's that divided by 24? 9,373 hours divided by 24. 390 days solid. 390 days solid streaming. Wow. Wow. If that is all correct, and I don't disbelieve you, it's my maths that I would be questioning. That is over 12 months of my life just streaming already. That is mental. Don't really get any interesting animals around me, only coyotes, rabbits, and foxes. It just means I've added up each capture. Need to turn seconds into minutes, minutes into hours. Got you. I think it works out about 9,373 hours. 9,373. Roughly. That's amazing, dude. Shout out to you, Alex. Alright, private party charging over. Big boot by Luchasaurus. One, two, three. Jurassic Express win. Jurassic Express win. They retain. Low Star Friend said that match was a bit all over the place. Gun Club have attacked. So, Gun Club have attacked. Days, we've got coyotes up here. We've had a warning to keep all of our pets inside. Don't think we get any of those, but to be honest, I don't think we get like coyotes, wolves, things. So we're quite lucky. But I mean, you do get a lot of incredible wildlife in like America and Canada. So there we go. The Gun Club have struck. They've got the AEW tag team titles in their hands. And that is that. I got dinosaurs in my neighborhood. Woo! I've enjoyed the stream. Probably one of my favorites, said Hammer Studios. I really appreciate that, but I think it was all right. I mean, like, there wasn't loads that we were, like, having fun with, whatever. I mean, I don't think there was loads to have fun with, to be honest, but we had a good time. I had a good time. And as we said, all about tomorrow. This is kind of, I feel like, in a way, feels like Christmas Eve. This is like the night before. Do you know what I mean? The big show tomorrow, so... We don't have dangerous wildlife in the UK and Ireland, says Rue. David Connolly's got Liv Morgan and Brock Lesnar winning the Royal Rumble. James Chadwick said, mostly get wild boars by me. Wild boars? Jesus, where are you living in the medieval times? Wild boars? Do you get, like, serving wenches round by you as well, James? What's going on? Wild boars became extinct in the UK in the 17th century. There are thought to be between 500 and 1,000 animals in the UK currently. The biggest populations are in Kent, East Sussex, and the Forest of Dean. James, are you living in the Forest of Dean? In the Middle Ages? Wild boars? Jesus. Daisy, I got a pet cat. Nice. I was joking about seeing Bigfoot, but I have seen deers. You've got Nessie over there. Oh, yeah, Nessie. Gets everywhere, Nessie. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. I'm not going to bother rating that, to be honest. There wasn't anything... I kept an eye on things, but there was nothing that really grabbed me. But equally, there was nothing that I was really that bothered by. So, it is what it is. LSW said, there's an apartment complex next to my house, and one of the apartments got busted for an illegal... Oh, my God, you're living next to Walter White. You are living next to Walter White. LSW is a real-life Jesse Pinkman. That's what's happening. That's the truth. And, exciting. Exciting. Right, we are done and done. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed SmackDown or Rampage. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with the Royal Rumble. And should be a lot of fun, man. I'm going to make sure I get plenty of sleep, well rested. I'm going to be starting nice and early, as we said. And so I'm not sure what time I'll see you, but hopefully I'll see you at some point tomorrow for what proves to be or promises to be one of the best pay-per-views of the year. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.